My name is Jensen. Let's learn some Microsoft Power Automate for desktop. Developing Power Automate robots is my job, and I'll take you through all the important concepts in this course. I prepared 10 lessons for you, and you can find them on the course page. The link is in the description below. I'll keep updating the course page, but the lessons table will stay the same. Now let us click Lesson 1, Install Power Automate for desktop, and create our first robot. Installing Power Automate for desktop is very easy, but maybe you already have it. It's standard in Windows 11. To find out, go to your Start menu, search for Power Automate. If you can't find any icons, you're not having it. Then we will install it. You can either install it by clicking the link here on the course page or go to Google. Here you can just search for Power Automate Desktop Download. Take the first link here. Go down to download the Power Automate installer and click it. That will download the exe file of 240 megabyte. You can click it when it's finished. This will start the installer. We can click Next. Choose your location. I will just choose the default and I will accept the terms. Then I click Install. You might see a security pop-up. You can just click Yes to that, and then we will install this package. You should choose to install both browser extensions here. We will take the Google Chrome first, so click it. Click Add to Chrome, Add extension. That's it. We can now automate with Microsoft Power Automate for desktop in Chrome. Similarly, we will go back to our installer and choose the Microsoft Edge extension. Here we will take Get, Add extension. We'll now have the Power Automate for desktop extension for Edge as well. We can close the browser. Now we will launch the app. Take a few seconds. And if you have it in another language than English, I have it in Danish here, we want to change it to English. Because this course will use all the English activities. You will also use it when you start to build your own robots, because all the documentation is in English. To change the language to English, we'll need to go to the Start menu. So click up here, search for Language Settings, click it. Down here in Preferred Languages, we need to add a language. Or if you already have an English down here, you just need to move it up in the front. So add a language if you don't see English here, or like me, just move it up in front here. To update it in Power Automate for desktop, we either need to log completely out of Windows and of course shut Power Automate for desktop down, or we can use another trick. So click the Start menu, then just start typing CMD. This will open the command prompt. This is also something that we will use in much more advanced lessons, but for now we will just use it to kill Power Automate for desktop by force. And with kill I mean to close it down completely so we can open it again. So if you just start writing task kill /F /IM, and then we will specify the Power Automate process, that is pat console host.exe. I'll wait a few seconds so you can start writing, then we'll click enter. This will close down the process, and when I open up Power Automate for desktop again by clicking the Start menu, search for Power Automate, we'll open it. In a few seconds we have our login screen, and now you can see it's in English. Fine. Then you want to use your Microsoft login to log in. Mine is this one here, and I'll click sign in. Put in your password and click sign in. This might either log you in directly, or if you have two-factor authentication like me activated in your Microsoft account, you'll need to approve it on your mobile. I'll click approve now, like this. This will log us in and getting things ready. There you go. If you have previously flows like me, you can find him here. you will probably start from scratch, so this will empty. Don't worry, we will build everything we'll need from scratch. So click New Flow up here. We will give our flow a name. You can give your flow whatever name you want. I can call it First Robot. Then I click Create. A few seconds will went by and we have now our first robot opened. We have no actions in it, and if I just maximize this and let me just clean a little bit up here in my apps, we can close the command prompt. We will not use that anymore. I'll also close down the language settings, like here. That's it. It's only to have a cleaner look here on my desktop. Let's create a very simple robot that do some basic tasks in an application. We will use Notepad, but the same principle apply if you want to automate much more advanced applications. You can try that, pause the video and do it with your favorite application, but we'll use Notepad. So first we'll go over here to the actions. This is where our predefined code blocks hides. For example, if I go into Outlook, you can see some Outlook activities. These activities we can drag into the canvas here. We will not use the Outlook activities though. We will find a run application like this and we will drag it in. Behind this parameter pop-up, you can see that we actually have an action here. And this is our canvas. We'll get back to that. First, we'll need to provide an application path for our application. To find the Notepad application path, you go up to Start menu, then you start typing Notepad. Right-click here, open file location. This is another shortcut, you can see it here. So right-click again and open the file location. Here you have it. So this is the application path. This is where our application lies, the executable for that. So what you'll do here is that you'll press Shift and then right-click with your mouse, copy as path. Go back to Power Automate for desktop. Now you can Control-V, paste in the application path here. We can also delete the quotation marks around it. This will not be needed. Then I can click Save. And now let's run our first robot. So if we click Run here, we have opened up a Notepad. Isn't that cool? You build your first robot. Well done. Let me close Notepad down again. So here is our dragged in action. This is our main canvas. Here we will drag in all our actions and they will be performed from top to bottom. That means if we drag in another action, do it like this. This action up here will be performed first and then this one. It's sequential. But let me click cancel. We will only open up one application in this flow. Let's also add a log. Here we will just have a display message that pops up to the user. So go over to actions again. Then find a display message and drag it in. This is just a message box that pops up to the user. We can give it a title. I will just say log, and then we will have our message to display. Here I will say your robot ran successfully, like this, and I click Save. If I try to run the robot again, so if I click Run, you'll see that we open up our Notepad and then we have our log here. This will pause the workflow. This pop-up, you can see that our robot run. You can see it had ran for 13 seconds and counting. And when I click OK, the robot has no more actions to perform. It has stopped and is ready to run once more, either in this flow or another one. We also want to type something in our application. So go over to your actions again, and don't worry, you will learn these names. They are very easy, especially if you repeat them. So it's very important that you build these things with me in this course. I'll promise you that after this course, you have learned every action that we have used. Here, since you don't know it, search for a populate text field in window. It's very important that you take this form filling and not the web form filling. So drag this one in from the form filling after the display message. Here we have some parameters to fill in. We have a text box. This will define which field we are filling into it, and here we will have the text. So if I go up here to the text and then click this drop down, you can see that we have no UI elements. UI stands for user interface. That is everything you see here on your screen. These buttons over here, this program, browsers, everything that we can touch. Each one is a UI element with an address. And if I click Add UI element, you'll see that this UI element picker opens up and we can now pick UI elements. Since we want to send text into this document, you'll find it here. And what you will do is that you press the control button, left click with your mouse, and we have now created a UI element. Now we can type something into it. I'll say hello world like this. Then I'll click save and let's try to run the robot once more. So if I click run here, we will run the application. And now you'll see this sequence that I talked about. So we'll first perform the run application. That will open up a new Notepad instance. Then we'll have the display message. And after we are done with that, we can only skip this if we click OK here. Then we will start to fill in the hello world into the text field like here. So now you created a robot that can actually type into applications. But let us change the order of these two. So if I drag this display message down to the button, we will have our log in the end. One important thing is that if I go over here, you can see that our robot opens up a new Notepad instance every time it runs. So why don't we close it after this display message? So if I find a close window here, I'll drag it in after the display message. Here I will choose the standard, that is by window UI element, that is how we'll find the Notepad window. Then we will go down here to the window and we will pick the UI element that we just created. Pick the window untitled Notepad and not the document text editor, like this. Now I will click save and then I will try to run my robot. So if I click run here, I'll open the application. I will start typing in a few seconds. I'll click OK. And now we are closing down this application. But look what's happened. This pop-up pops up. This is a problem that you'll face often as an RPA developer, or should I call it a challenge. That is, pop-ups occur, we'll need to handle that. Here we will just click cancel. This is not a document that we want to save. So if I just move it a little bit over here, and go back to my Power Automate for desktop. Before we handle the click, let me show you a nice feature. If I go over here, you can see variables. These are the variables produced in our workflow. If I click this stack over here, you can see that the UI elements that we create gets created over here in the UI elements section. We do want to rename it so we can easily find it. So instead of document text editor, this is the UI element of the text field. You can even see a picture down here. If I click here, you can see a picture of its placement. So if I close this one down here, I can either press F2 or I can right click, rename, and then we'll give it a better name. I will just say Notepad input field like this. Always rename your UI elements and everything. I'll repeat this a lot until it sticks. So now we have our UI element over here. We also needed to click when we saved it. We want to click cancel. So go over to your actions again. Find a click UI element in window, that is this one, and drag it in after the close window. Here we'll need to define a UI element once more. So click the drop down here and choose Add UI Element. This will again open up the UI element picker and we want to click the cancel. So press Ctrl and then click cancel. We have now created the cancel button. You can see here we want to left click, that's fine. I click save. One other thing is that we can again rename it over here. Button cancel, that seems right. That was a right and descripting name. We'll use that. Let me close down all our Notepad instances over here so we can easily see what's going on. So if I click run now, we will populate the text in a little while. Click OK. We are saving, we are trying to close it, and now we click cancel. This will not close down the application. So to easily fix this. Say that we want to change the UI elements. We want to click don't save and not cancel. So I need to reproduce this pop-up, and we reproduce it when we try to close. Here it is. Then we can go over to our UI elements once more. Here you can see that we have our cancel button. Let's add the don't save button as well. So if I click add UI element, I will take the don't save button. Press Ctrl and click the don't save. Here it pops up, I can click done. Now we want to change the button. We want to change it from cancel to don't save. I need to move inside my activity here, and in the UI element, click the drop down here. Here we can change it to don't save. Do that and then click select. Click save. We have our workflow. Let me close down the notepad again and try to run it this time. We are running it. We are populating the text field in a little while here. Our log message. Then we will close the window. We will click don't save, and our robot ran successfully. Great job. You built your first Power Automate for desktop robot. Now we will touch the most important concept of Power Automate for desktop, and that is variables. If things goes too fast, just pause or rewind the video. It's designed for that. Now open the variables lesson. Variables in Power Automate desktop is a very important concept. It allows us to create dynamic flows instead of static, and let me show you what that means. But first, let's look at the case. So the case is that a London-based fruit shop, Fresh Fruit Limited, needs our help for their fruit sales, and we are in charge. We will learn about the most common variable type, that is text, number, and list. We will take a look at the flow variables and the input-out variables, and we will introduce some basic Power Automate desktop activities. Let's start. So I go back to Power Automate desktop. So we create a new flow by clicking here. I will call this fruit and variables, like this. Then I click create. Our dashboard will get ready in a few seconds. Here we go. So let me maximize this. And here it is. So we have our actions over here. We have the main where our coding block goes. That's where we drag in actions. And over here we have the variables section. First, let's search for a display message here and drag it in. What this does, it displays a message on your screen or the user screen, and then it pauses the robot. Let me show you. So the title could be sale, and then the message box display, that could be on sale this week, Apple. Then we'll click save and we run the flow. There you go, on sale this week, Apple. You can see that our robot still runs, and it will do so until we click OK here. That's it. This is a very boring solution. This is what we call a static solution. We can't really do much, but let's introduce a variable so we can change this Apple dynamically. We'll do so by searching for a set variable. You can also find it by going into the variables section here and simply just drag it in. We will place it in front of the display message, and here we will initialize the variable. It is called new var per default, but if we click here, we can change it. I will change it to fruit because that is a good description of the variable, and we can even give it a value. So let's say banana, like this. This is the initial value. Then I click save. Then I can double click on the display message, and here we want to use the variable instead of the apple. So if I delete the apple, and to use a variable, we can refer to it, you remember we call it fruit. It needs to be in percentage signs like this, fruit, and then a percentage. We could also do something very smart. Let me show you. So if I delete here, and then I click this X, we can choose it here. Simply just double click on it, it gets automatically written. This is the best approach to do to open it here instead of writing it, because then we'll make sure that we don't misspell anything. Then I click save. So now we have a variable and we gave that variable a value that was banana. And now when we're using the variable here, it will output out this value. So let us try that. So I run the flow again. There you go, on sale this week, banana. And similarly, if I double click it again to edit it, change it back to apple here. So I say save, run the flow again. Now we change it to apple. Of course, this is also a quite static solution, but now we can change the value of the variable, and this is very useful in our robots. So a very simple example, but this will be very useful later on. Now click OK. So let's try to make it dynamic. We will take on the input of a user, and then we will use that input to display a message here. To do so, find a display input dialog here and drag it in. Drag it in the beginning here. And here we can type something. I will say fruit admin console. Imagine that this could be a window where the agent or the user from the fruit shop could type something in. He or she will type fruits in that will be on sale this week. So I'll call it fruit admin console. And I'll say type in the fruit on sale this week, like this. And if we move a little bit down, you can see here that we produce two variables, the user input, which is here, and the button pressed too. The user input, that is what the user will type in response to this input dialog, and the button press, that is which button the user will press in the input dialog. Let me show you. So if I click save here, and we can delete the set variable. And when we do that, look what's happening. So if I press delete here, you can see that we get an error message. That is because we are using the fruit variable down here, and we just deleted the initialization of it. To fix that, we'll go to the display input dialog and double click it. And instead of storing the input from the user in the user input, we click down here, double click here, and we will say fruit here. So the input will be stored into the fruit variable. When I click save here, our error disappears. Let me show you what happened. I click run, and then I drag in the input dialog. Here we can type in the fruit on sale this week. If I, for example, typed in pear, clicked OK, you can see that we now use the value from the input dialog down here in the display message. Our solution is now dynamic. And then the button pressed variable. Let us try to run it again. Again, I drag it in from my other screen. And here we can see we can press both OK and cancel and restore that input in a variable. Here I will just say apple again, press OK, on sale this week, apple. We can see it over here in this flow variables out here in the variables. If you can't find it, it might look like this. You can just click this little X up here. The variables section will come in. And here we can see the values of our variables from the last run. Remember, the value of our variables will only be there when we run the robot. When the robot stops, they will get reset. But we can see the values from the last run. For example, we can see the fruit that is apple, and if I double click this, we can see that this is a text value. Similarly, we can see our button press 2. This was actually from the display input dialog, and that is called 2 because the button pressed, that was from the display message. We created that one first. We can see that this is okay. If I double click here, we can see that this is also a text variable. So these two are very similar, and to differ them, we will rename them. Instead of doing it over here, we can also do it here. Click the 3 dots here, type in rename. So here I will say button pressed, and then I will, to differentiate from the display message, I will say input dialog like this. You can't see it now, but if you hover your mouse over, you can see it. Similarly, let's change this one. So click the 3 dots, and here I'll say button press, display message like this. Let me show you what happened if I click run. Let me drag in this one here. If I click cancel here, you'll see that this just say on sale this week. This is not really clever because it doesn't make sense. So there's no fruit on sale because the user canceled it. So we want this to not be present. So if I click OK here. And what we can do is that we can take advantage of this button pressed input dialog. We can see that this is cancelled. So we can look at it and say when this is cancelled, then we don't want to do something, or when this is okay, we want to perform this display message action. To do so, let me introduce an if. So I search for an if and I drag in the if right after the display input dialog. And here I will take a look at the button pressed from the input dialog, and remember we could find it by clicking the X here. Here I can just double click it, it will be there. So I will say, is this equal to, and now I can check if it's equal to cancel or OK. Since we want to run this action with the OK, I'll pick that, but it will work fine whether we do the OK or the cancel. So I'll say, just say equal to OK like this, and then I click save. So this if is simply just evaluating this condition. It says, is if the button pressed input dialog is equal to OK, then I will perform whatever is in between these two blue ones, that is between the if then and then the end. So if I drag this up here, this will only be performed if this button pressed input dialog is equal to OK. And now if we try to run it, I drag in the fruit admin console. So if I say banana, I click OK. On sale this week, banana. And another nice feature is that now we paused it. You can see that this is blue. We are here in our flow. When I click OK, the robot will finish. Let's see if we actually combated the possible error. So if I run it again, I will drag in the fruit console, and now I click cancel. And then the robot stops because it evaluates here and it says button pressed input dialog is not equal to OK. Then we moved outside just after the end. Nothing more to perform. The robot has stopped. That is very clever. So these flow variables, these are all variables that will get produced inside this flow. We could also have input and output variable. That is, that we can move variables from, for example, a Power Automate Cloud flow to our Power Automate desktop flow. And we can create them up here. So if I just click plus here, I'll say that this is an input. So it comes from another place. We can call this exotic fruit. And let me delete this new input here. It will just come with a string, and we can even give it a default value. So this value is that usually it will come in dynamically, but now we will hard code it in. So I'll say pineapple like this. We can also say what name it will have externally, and let's just have it the same value as up here, like this. So if I click create here, you can see that we now have an input variable. That is a variable that goes into our desktop flow. We gave it the value pineapple. It's, as I said, it's unusual that we'll hard code in this variable. And let me show you that we can change it. So if I double click this display message, so instead of fruit, let me delete this, click the X. Now we can choose the exotic fruit. So if I click here, we have the exotic fruit. And look what's happening. So if I run it, I drag in this, and now I write banana, okay. And on sale this week, it will be pineapple. That was because we used the exotic fruit with the hard-coded value pineapple. Then we'll click OK. Let's change it back to fruit. So I double click it. Then I can just delete it here. I'll say fruit. We're doing a lot of repetitions in this course, and that is necessary when we want to learn things. So I hope you follow along, and I definitely hope that you will build the things with me. Now let's look at another common variable type, and that is the number. So we set a variable again. So let me go up here. I'll search for a set variable like this, and then I drag it in the end. This one I'll call price. So I click here and just say price. If you saw what I did, I just start typing. I even typed over the percentage signs, but if I click away and I click back, the percentage signs will get added automatically. These percentage signs, if you haven't noticed, they will indicate that this is a variable. So let's give it a default value. Let's say that all our fruits will cost 2.6, or at least that will be the price in the beginning. The decimal delimiter will be a dot, even though that in your culture it might be a comma. In my culture it's a comma, but remember to use dot. This is 2.6. So then I click save. Now we can alter the display message. So if I double click here, we can say on sale this week. Then we can say fruit. Then we can say is sold at, and then we can use the price. So if I click the X here again, and we can double click the price here, we could actually see, if I open up this variable again, we can see that this price is a numeric value compared to our other text values. Then I just click cancel. I click save and I run it. Dragging in the fruit admin console, I'll say banana again. Then I'll click OK. Here we go. On sale this week, banana is sold at 2.6. I click OK. Our robot ran. We can also see the variable type if we go over here. Try to double click on it. You can see that it says numeric value. So I click close. And again, let's change the set variable to another display input dialog. So if I close this one here and say input dialog and drag it in. The title will be price, and down here in the input dialog message, I will say type in the price of the fruit like this. We will store it not in user input, but it's something called price, so it's more descriptive. So if I go down here, double click it, I'll say price, then I'll click save. We now stored it in a price. So we can delete this variable up here, the set variable. We just delete this. It gets initialized in this action. Pay attention to, this is performed sequential. So this one will be performed first, then this one and this one. So we might want to have the fruit before the price. What I can do here, just mark it and drag it up here. They changed place. Let us try to run it. Drag in the fruit admin console. I'll say banana. And I'll say 2.6 like this. Okay. Banana is sold at 2.6. So now this worked. Let's work a bit with the number because now we want to round it off. So we take a price here and we don't want the decimals, and we can do a truncate action here. So truncate number, and we can drag it in. So drag it in after we've taken the price. So now we need a number to truncate, and that is our price variable. So if I click here, I'll scroll a little bit down. Now it's disappeared. So if I scroll down, it is here. So I can double click it and we have it. If we get the integer part, that will be the part that is in front of the dot. That will be the whole number. We can also have the decimal part. That is the part that is after the dot. And finally, you can have the round number. Let's have the get integer part first. Now you need to pay close attention. Almost all of our actions here, they produce some sort of variables, and this produced a truncated value. So if we just save here, this will get stored into truncated value. And because we don't use this truncated value anywhere else in our flow, nothing will happen. It will be the same. So we either need to change the price in here to the truncated value, or we can just say that we change the price to the integer part and then we'll store it back into price. Let's do so. So if I just click here, now we will alter the price and do like this. So let me try to run it again. We will have banana again. The price will be 2.6. Here we go. We have rounded it off. But this was an erroneous rounding if we see it in a real life world. It might be useful in some robots, but we want to round it off nicely. So this should be rounded up to 3. And what we can do here is that we'll go into truncate number again. Then instead of get integer part, we can say round number. And now we can choose the decimal places. I just want to say 0. I click save. Then I can run it again. I drag it in. I say banana. I click OK. I can say 2.6 again. I click OK. There you go. We rounded off nicely. One thing that we could optimize here in our flow, now it gets a bit advanced. I hope you will try to do it here and make it work. It's not that complicated, but it's about expression and Boolean outcomes. Let me show you. So here we checked if the button pressed from this input dialog is equal to OK, and that was actually the fruit input dialog. To not confuse ourselves, let's rename this button pressed input dialog to button press fruit input dialog. So if I go over here, I hover my mouse over, this is it. Click the 3 dots here, click rename. Now I just add in a fruit here so we can see it. It got changed down here. And similarly, let's change this to button pressed price input dialog. Now it's probably more easy just to open it. Click down here, button pressed priced input dialog. What we're doing here is just changing the name of the variables. I'll click save again. So now we can see it over here. Button pressed fruit input dialog, button pressed priced input dialog. But we're only inspecting the button pressed fruit input dialog. If that one is clicked OK, then we perform this. So this means that if we click OK here, cancel here, we will still get in here. We are not interested in that. We will only display message if we get a fruit and a price and the user haven't clicked cancel to either one of them. We can solve that in different ways. The easiest thing is to go into the if, so double click here, and in this expression, we can write in expressions between two percentage sign. So here I'll say button pressed fruit input dialog, then I'll say space equals to, in single quotation marks, I'll say OK. Then we will use the AND operator. That means that both the expressions that we'll write now should be true before we perform the if. So here I'll say, is this equal to OK? And since we are lazy, let me copy this, paste it in here, and change it to button pressed price input dialog. We also need to ask, is this equal to OK in single quotation marks and a space. The space doesn't do anything more than making this nice to look at. You can delete the spaces, it will not make a difference. Now we will say this is an expression, so we will say, is this equal to OK and is this equal to OK? Then Power Automate Desktop will evaluate, and this can have a true and false outcome. So we want to ask if both of them are OK, then we want the true outcome. So if this is equal to true, and again in percentage sign, this is a Boolean outcome, so I'll say true, and a percent signs more. Then I can click save. Let's try to run it and see if we run into an error. Hint, hint, we do. So if I click run here, so let me drag the fruit admin console. We want to test that if we type in a fruit and then not a price, but if we click cancel, then we shouldn't go into here. But look what's happening. If I say banana, I'll click OK. Then we want the price, and here the user clicks cancel, and look what's happening. Now we get an error here. This is a good introduction to error handling as well. We can see argument number must be a numeric value. We didn't put anything here into the price. So here it will try to do something, but it can't because the argument number that will be null and it cannot be performed. So what we should do here is that we could take this truncate number and drag it in here as well. So then we only perform it if both of the actions will be clicked OK. This is actually nice as well because this will save performance, because all the time the user click cancel here, we will not do the truncate number. I know it's not a lot here now, we have a simple robot, but these kind of performance hacks will do a lot as RPA developers. Now try to run it again. Here I can say banana, I click OK, and let's test it if we click cancel. It worked. Let's see if we type in numbers in both of them that it actually works as well. So if I click run here, drag this one in, I'll say banana, and the banana cost 3.6 today. Then I'll click OK. Here we go, banana is sold at 4. Remember, we round the number up to 0 decimals. This is 4, fine. You can now use variables and you can make if conditions. Another common variable type, that is the data table. We'll look at that in the Excel session, so leave it for now. And finally, the list. This is very useful too. When you want to store a lot of values of the same type, we use a list. So this list can be iterated. That means that we go through each of the items in that list and perform actions. Let me show you. First, let us just delete everything here. I mark the first one, then click Shift in and click up here, and then I click Delete. So we have an empty canvas. This is to make it more simple. So what we'll do here is that we'll create a new list. You can find it in variables or by searching for it. Here I'll say create new list, drag it in. We will call this vegetables like this, and then I click save like this. Do notice that it gets created out here, and our other flow variables, they are now deleted because they are not present in our flow anymore. We still have this exotic fruit, but since we're not using it, best practice is to delete it. So I'll just delete it. Always clean up your variables so it will be more easy and it will save performance. So we have a new list called vegetables. Let's put some items into it. Go down here and find and add item to the list, either by dragging it in or searching for it up here. So I'll add potato here into list, click the X, choose the vegetables, then click save. Now let's add another item, so I'll drag it up here. Here I'll say onion, add it into the vegetables again, like this, I click save. Let's try to run it. Nothing will happen. This list only exists in the memory when the robot runs, but we can see it out here and we can have the list. Now we can iterate through that list. So we create it up here. We add 2 items to it and we want to iterate through it. So we find a for each like this and we drag it in. And here we will iterate through the vegetables list. So if I click here, I'll choose this one. We will store it into a current item. This current item refers to each one of the items in the list. So when we're iterating through it, we're saying for each item in that list. Then the first item, that will be the current item. When we reach the second item, we can refer to that as current item and so forth. I'll give it a more descriptive name. So instead of current item, I will say vegetable. So this takes information of what's in the particular item of the list. And a list is also a list of the same variable types. Here it is text. So if I click save here, we can see that we say for each vegetable in vegetables. So this is the list. This is the current item. We can name this one here exactly like we want. Let's try to print out the items in our list. We'll do so by a display message and drag it in. Here I will just say vegetable displayer like this, and down here I'll say your vegetable is, and now we can refer to this current item. So if I click this one here, we can see it here. So this will be a vegetable. I'll double click it here and we use this one here. So then I click save. So this is all a for each does. It will iterate through a collection. Here it's a list. And then we can print out something here. We can print out the values from our list. Let's see it in action. So the first one, that is potato. That was the first item we added to the list. The second one is onion, fine, and this closes. Let me show you a smart way. Instead of adding these items one by one, we can do a nice little trick. So if I delete this, then I'll search for a set variable. That was the one we saw earlier. I drag it in here beneath the create new list. So here I will add to the vegetables, I will set the value of that variable. So when we give our list a value, we will have the percentage sign in the start and in the end. Again, the spaces doesn't serve any other purpose. That makes it nicer for you and I to read. So in here, to have a list, I will say these hard brackets in the start and in the end. So if I do this, so now we'll add nothing to it, but if I start adding to it, that could be beets. Remember to add it in single quotation marks and remember to have it separated by commas. So here I'll say beets, then I'll say carrots like this, and let's just pick spinach like this, and again the single quotation marks. So we have the percentage sign outside. That will mean that we'll evaluate on this value, and then we have the hard brackets and each one of the items in single quotation marks and comma separated. Then I can click save. So now we set the variable, this list variable, to these 3 values. So let me show you. Beets, carrots, and spinach. that was all the basic stuff of variables. Well done. We will introduce more advanced variable types as this code progresses. Well done. Is this video helping you? Then you can help me a lot if you give it a thumbs up. Thank you. Now open up the recorder lesson. Using the recorder in Power Automate for desktop is a very powerful way to learn a lot of new things when you're starting out with Power Automate. Let me show you how. I want you to open up Power Automate for desktop and do the exercises with me. In that way you'll learn the most. So click New Flow and then call it Recorder Demo like this. Click Create. The case I prepared for you is here. The link is in the description below, but we want to automate browsers and applications. First, browsers. I want to use the recorder to open up Microsoft Edge, navigate to google.com, search for Microsoft stock price, extract a number, stop the recorder, and write the results back to a text file. Let me show you. So I go back here. This is my blank canvas of the current workflow. I hit the record button up here to start the recorder. That will open up the recorder in my other screen. Here it is. To open up a browser, I click the three dots here, launch new browser, and choose my browser. Remember to have the browser extension you want to use installed. If you forgot how to install it, click the video up here in the right corner. That will take you through the installation process. But I'll choose Microsoft Edge. Here you can see that we have actually opened up a browser. Let me just do it a little bit smaller. Here it is. This is the browser that we want to automate. You can see here we have an action that is launch new web browser, and we are navigating to about blank, which is right. We can delete this step by clicking this trash can. We won't. This is fine. Now we want to navigate to google.com. To start recording our actions, you need to click record. Then when you move your mouse here, you can see that things starts turning red. These are UI elements. That is buttons, fields. You can even see here I can automate my Windows buttons here in the taskbar. But I want to navigate to google.com. How do I do that? I just replicate what I do as a human. Go up here. Then I navigate to google.com and press enter. That's it. Here you can see that Google have automatically made some steps for us. You can even see that I dragged something in, and we will try to delete it in the end. Now I want to search for something. And again, I'll need to make sure that I'm here. I am now because the cursor is blinking. If you're not, you can just click here. Then I'll start typing. I want to search for Microsoft stock price, and then I click enter. Here you can see that we recorded some new steps. That is Microsoft stock price. And we go to a web page. This is the number that we want to extract. To extract this number, which can change. For now it's 292.39. You can see they even changed it here. I can right click, extract element value, and then I extract the text. By the way, what is the current Microsoft stock price when you watch this video? Let me know in the comments if I've gotten rich if I bought it today. So I will extract element value and choose this one here. Now we're done. You can see that the extracted element, that is green dotted lines around it, that is fine. We have done it. We might have created a few more extra steps, but that is fine. We can click finish and check if our automation works. Here are the steps. You can see that these ones here, those ones are comment that starts our auto-generated actions using the recorder, and here is the end. So we can easily separate what we have done with the recorder and what we have not. You can of course delete it if you want. Let me try to close the browser and let's just see that this works. So if I click run here, that will open up Microsoft Edge. Then I navigate to Google. I will get the price. Let me go back here. We have not decided what we want to do with the price, but as you can see here, we have this flow variables. We'll get back to variables, but we will have it over here, 292.35. That is exactly the number I wanted. And it will even grab when the number changes. We can try running it again. And let's just try to delete this action. This was the drag and drop UI element in window. To delete it, I can click here, Then I can click delete or simply just press the delete button. Let's see if it works now. So when I click play, I will navigate to Google, search for Microsoft stock price, get the details, and it works again. I'm not sure if we extracted the same number, but this will work whatever number the current stock price is at. And again, here might be some double source, which you can easily get rid of. But here I search for Microsoft stock price and then I navigated to this dynamic URL. You can see Microsoft stock price. So this might have been enough. You can easily just tuning it. And now the power comes out. And the power was that you can see that we got the extracted element down here. That was an attribute called inner text. And we used an action called get details of elements on web page. If you're new to this program, you would never have figured it out, but the recorder helps you doing so. And we want to save this to a text file that is this number. So to do so, I'll find a write to text file. So I'll search for actions and then I'll say write text to file over here. There you go. Then I need a file path. I want to have it on my desktop. So the easiest thing is that I can either start writing, but I like to do this. So if I go out to my desktop, which is here, I right click, then I'll say new, then I'll say text document. Oh, this is new text document 2. I can then shift right click, copy as path and go back, Control V, paste it in. I can delete the quotation marks, or I should delete them. I can also find it if I click this file selector here. But now I will just use this. So what is the text that I want to write? Well, I want to write whatever is in this variable called inner text. So to find this variable, I click this X here. Then I choose the inner text like this. I can choose to override, that is fine. And then I click save. Now let me try to run my automation once more. We open up Edge, we navigate to Microsoft stock price, we extract the number. You can see here it's a new number. And if I go back to my text document, we have now written it to it. That was easy. We used the recorder to navigate around web pages, click buttons and extract things. Now let me close this one here and look at the second part of today's exercise. We can also delete all this or create a new flow if you want to save it. I just mark this up here. I press Shift, then I go down here. That marks everything. I can press Delete. There you go. We have got rid of anything. So let's inspect the case again. Now we want to automate the calculator. This is a very simple application, but the same principle goes when we want to automate more advanced applications. In fact, we can do this technique with all applications. So I go back to Power Automate for desktop. Here again, we will find manual actions with the recorder. So I go over here to actions. Then I'll find a run application that is here and drag it in. This one needs some parameters. The application path. You can again click this one here and select the executable, or in the calculators, we can just write in calc.exe. This is a Windows application. This will open up the calculator. This one is it for now. I will click save. So when I run the automation, I click play here. You can see that I open up the calculator. That is fine. I drag it over here and then I hit the recorder. And let me drag it in from my other screen, because now I want to automate 2 + 2 equals, and then I want to extract the result. This could be your CRM system, your payroll system, your ERP system, whatever system you use. This is the technique you can use there as well. So here I click record. Now I'll just hover over 2, left click with my mouse. Here you can see that I click the button 2. Then I'll say plus. I record the steps. I can pause if I want to navigate to another place and do something else, but I won't. I'll just click record again. So 2 + 2, here 2 + 2, and I'll say equals. This is 4. And now to extract it, what do I think I need to do? Take 2 seconds before I reveal it. Yes, you need again to right click over here at the result. So I can get here, I right click. Then I can say get name, display is 4. That is the closest one I get for now. So I will choose that one. Then I click finish. So here is the flow again, same procedure as last year. I press some buttons and then I get details of the UI element in window. Again, you would not have come to this conclusion if you were a newbie. But look what's happened. The recorded things got up here, and then the application, that is the one that we opened, got down here. What I want to do is drag this one up here in the beginning, since I want to open it and then I want to do these things. Then we close it and let's see if it works. So I hit play. It opens up the calculator. That is fine. 2 plus 2 equals 4. And here you can see that in the attribute value. And the reason that we have it stored the displays for in this name is that if I open up this one here, you can see that the variables produced is attribute value. If I just go in here and I'll say result instead, like this, then I click save, it will be stored in the result. Now it disappeared, but it will get here when we run the automation again. Since we want to display the result, I find a display message and drag it underneath here. Here I will just say the result is, and I will go in here and click the X, choose the result, that one is this one, then I click save. So now I'm presenting the result. Let me close down the calculator and run the automation once more. So 2 plus 2 equals 4. And here you go. We have now extracted the result and presented it in another system. This is just a simple message box, but you will get it. But now, couldn't it be nicer if we just had the 4? Let me just show you a nice trick. It's not really part of the lesson, but it will be a great hack when you proceed your Power Automate for desktop learning. So if I go over here to actions, then I'll search for subtext and we'll use the get subtext. I'll move it down here because now I want to manipulate this result variable. You can see that we have the displays 4, but I want to only have the 4. So the original text, this is the result variable. So I just click here, choose the result. Here I can choose to start from the character position. That one is fine. I want to start from the 4. This is 0 indexed. So D is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I want to start at the 11th position. That is fine. The length, that will just be to the end of my string. So I'll just say end of text. That is fine. The result is getting stored in subtext. I'll just store it again in the result. So if I go down here, click the X, I can choose the result and then I can click save. So I'm just taking out the 4 of this display is 4 and then I'm presenting it here. So if I again close down, I start the automation, open up the calculator, 2 plus 2 in a little while equals 4, and now we have the results. So this lesson was all about the recorder, but we also saw how we can combine manual actions with the recorder actions. Are you as excited about Power Automate for desktop as I am? Then remember to subscribe to the channel to get all my new Power Automate videos. Now we will build logic into our flows, so click the if and loop lesson. So we want to create a guessing game. I admit this will not be a best-selling game, but it will teach us the basics of if and loop. So we'll create a game where we'll assign a variable between 1 and 100, and then we will let the user guess the number. If the user is wrong, then we want to give him or her another guess to guess it, and we can give him a hint saying that guess higher or guess lower. Let's see how we can build that and at the same time learn about if and loop. So go to Microsoft Power Automate for desktop and then click New Flow here, and I will call it if and loop, and I'll click Create. There you go. First, we will assign a variable with our secret number. So if I go over here to input-output variables, I can create a variable. I can also create it with set variable. That just depends on what you want. An input variable that can come from another place in the Microsoft universe. So let's practice using that. There'll be no difference to it. So if I click add argument, input, and then I'll click create it, I'll say secret number like this, and then I'll delete the rest here. I'll give it a default value. Let's just pick 62, that's fine. I'll also give it the same name as external name. There's no difference to it. We'll not use the external name here, but it's just nice to do it if you want to do it in the future. Then I'll click create. The only difference that is to create it here than what we're used to in the flow is that when we don't map it to another place in the Microsoft universe, the Power Automate for Desktop runner will ask us if we want to use this value. That's fine for now. Don't worry about it. Just know that you can create your variables up here instead. So now we will ask the user to pick in a number. So I'll say input dialog here. I'll find a display input dialog, and we can call this guessing game. And then we can say pick a number between 1 and 100, like this. We can see that the user input, that is the value that the user has been providing. And remember that this, even though the user provides a number, it will get stored as a text. That is fine. And we can see that this user input, that is the user input that the user will provide. So let's rename this. And this one will be the user number. So that will be the guest number. Let's rename it. You don't have to use the percentage sign. If I do this and then I click back, Power Automate for Desktop automatically adds these. That is fine. I'll click save. So now we have a secret number and we let the user guess. Let me show you how that works. So if I click run here, and let me just drag in this guessing game input dialog, I can give it a number. So if I say 45, then I click OK. Nothing really happens because we haven't made any comparison yet. But as you can see here, we have the button press, that was the OK. We don't use that variable, but the guess number, that is 45. These flow variables only have values when the robot runs, but we can inspect them afterwards. That is nice when we want to debug or develop, like here. Now use an if. So go over to your actions and search for an if and drag it in. Here we will ask whether or not these two are equal to each other. So I will say, if I click this X here, I'll say secret number. Is that equal to guess number? Then we know that the user has guessed right. I click save. And if asks a question here in the condition, and then if this is true, the actions in between here, that is here, they will be performed. So they will only be performed if the condition is true. So now I can find the display message like this. I drag it in here. So here I can say, congrats, you guessed the secret number, like this. That is fine. We click save. And now when we run the flow, let me try to run it once more. I will drag in this input dialog. I'll make a wrong guess first. I'll take 12. Nothing happened. That is because this one is not true. These ones are not equal to each other. If I click run once more, and if I guess the right number, I'll pick 62. I will have the you guessed the secret number. This display message will be performed because the condition is true. So far, so good. But this one will only run once. We also need to make it run over and over to make sure that the game will run until the user has picked the right number. We will use a loop for that. So I'll search for a loop like this, and then I'll pick the loop condition. I'll drag it in above the if, because the if will come to the last. That will be if our user has guessed correct, then this one will go in. Now, a loop will run. It's a bit the same as an if. An if will look at the condition like we had here, then run this once. A loop will also look at the condition and then run over and over as long as the condition is true. Let me show you. So now I'll say, if the user has guessed wrong, then I run this loop to run over and over until the user has picked the correct number, that is the secret number, the value of the secret number. So here again, I'll say secret number like this, and then I'll say not equal to. That means that the user has guessed wrong, because if I map it or if I compare it to the guessed number here, so I'll say as long as these two are not equal, that means that the guessed number, that is the one that the user puts in, that's not equal to this, then the user has been guessing wrong, then this loop will run over and over. I can just put in another display dialog. I'll copy this. We'll make a little bit more advanced solutions in a few minutes, but let's just pick this one first. I'll drag it in, so Control V and drag it in here. Here I will just ask for the number again. Later on, we will give hints. So let me try to run it and see that it actually works. We know that it is 62. Let me drag it in. So if I keep guessing wrong, and I need to keep picking these input dialogs in, then this flow will run over and over. And first, when I pick the correct number, then this condition will not be true anymore. We will jump outside the end and evaluate on here. And now this one will be true, so we will get this congratulations message. So far, so good. So now we both used an if and a loop. Now we just need to give the users hints. So when we are here and the user has guessed wrong, we want to give him or her a hint. So we need to evaluate whether the secret number is less than the guessed number or if it's higher. So I first find an if. We'll have an if in here that will ask, is this secret number less than the guessed number? So if I find an if, we'll drag in the if here. So now we will say, is the secret number lower than the guessed number? That means that the guessed number is too high. The user has guessed too high. So I find a variable here. I'll say secret number. Is that less than the guessed number? Here. Then the guessed number is too high. We will tell the user that. So I'll click save. And let's just drag in this display input dialog. We'll use that one here. So I'll double click to open it. I drag it inside the if. So right in front here, I'll say you guessed too high. Pick a number between 1 and 100. Again, we will store it into the guessed number. So now we have it. If the user has guessed too high, then we'll tell him or her that. Now we'll just have an else. So search for an else here and drag it in underneath the if. And if will perform this action if this condition is true, else it will do something else. We can use that. So again, copy the display input dialog and paste it in here and then just drag it down here. So we know that if this is not true, that means that the guessed number is lower than the secret number. And we can say that you guessed too low, pick a number between 1 and 100. So we'll just fix this and then we'll click save. Now let's verify that this actually works. So I drag in this. So if I put in 12, that will definitely be lower. Then I want a message saying that, let me drag this in. You guessed too low. That was fine. Let us just do once more. 25. You guessed too low. You can even see where we are. We are in this branch here. We guessed too low. Now let's guess too high to verify that this also works. 75. You guessed too high. So this loop works. It will ask us over and over because we have guessed wrong. And then we will get hints based on whether or not we have guessed too high or too low. And let's have a 62. And we guessed the secret number. Now we will add another thing. Because here we have created an infinite loop that will run over and over. I know we can click cancel, but imagine a robot with a unlimited loop. That will mean that we can create a robot that will run forever if we don't notice it. That is very bad practice. So we will say that this loop should only run like 10 times or a number that is suitable. So to do so, I'll have a variable. That one will be a counter. So I'll start by 1, so I'll find a set variable. This one will be set in the beginning up here. I will call this counter, so go into the name here, call it counter, and give it the value 1. So this is just a helping variable that we will use. So this one will be 1 the first time it runs, and then in the end of the loop, we'll give it a 2, 3, 4, and then we'll say, if this value is larger than 10, then we want the loop to stop running. Let me show you how to build it. This is also a very nice exercise. It's necessary in your loop so you don't create loops that runs forever. So drag in another set variable in the end of the loop. The name, that will still be counter. And here we will add 1 to that counter that will be in the end of the loop. So click the X here, find the counter. To add 1 to this variable, simply just go inside the percentage sign and press +1, then click save. So now we add 1 for each one of the rounds. We don't do nothing with the value yet. So now we want to make a condition, say like 10 times or maybe 15, whatever, just pick a number between 10 and 20, your lucky number, for example. And then we want a loop to run these times. It's not that important. It's just important that we'll create some sort of a border. So if I go into the loop condition, now we will change this a bit, because when we need to have two conditions, we will run this loop whether or not these two are not equal to each other. That means that the user has guessed wrong. But we also only want to run it when the counter is less than e.g. 11. To do so, we will introduce the AND in the condition. This is a bit more advanced, but try to understand it or at least build it with me. And then we will copy the guessed number up here. And we will say, we'll do the exact same thing as before. We'll say not equal to guessed number. That is done like this. You can even see it here. Then this can be true or false. And what I will do here is that I'll say, is this expression equals true? That means that these two numbers are different. You can just repeat the video or rewind to discover what's going on here, because this is quite important. So if this is true, that means that the numbers are not the same. The user has guessed wrong. So I'll do like this. I'll say true. So if this expression is true, then we want the loop to run once more. Let me show you that it actually works. We have not implemented the counter yet, but let me try to run it. Let me drag it in here. So if I say 12, we will run once more. It will work exactly like before, and I can even guess too high. That is fine, and I will get the right number. So now we just need to implement the counter. And the reason we change this condition is so we can make an AND up here. To do so, I'll say AND, and then we can use our another expression. Here I'll just say, is our counter less than 11? Then we want to run it. So if I click save here, and now this loop will run 10 times. And if we haven't guessed the right number by then, it will jump to the end. And then it will say, well, you haven't guessed this condition is not right. So we will go to the end. No message will come because we haven't guessed the right number. Let me show you. So I will just be making 10 random guesses, either too high or too low to show you. So the counter, you can see it here. Do like this. 79, that's my year of birth. I'm not getting any younger, unfortunately, but that's okay. Pick 1, pick 2. So we will just need to have the counter up all the way. So it will run whenever the counter is 10, and then when it's 11, it will stop running. So we'll run 2 times more here. And I'll pick number 3. Now the loop stopped because the counter was 11. So it will not run the loop anymore because both conditions need to be true. We have an AND here, and we didn't perform this if. That's right. Let's just add one other thing. We have a static number here. That is a secret number. Let's generate a random number instead. Couldn't that be nice? So I'll delete my secret number up here. Delete it. It will give us an error. That's fine because we used the secret number a couple of times. But find a generate random number like this and drag it in the end. This one will generate a random number. Remember to have it 1 to 100 because we asked the user for a number between 1 and 100. The other one will be a bit tricky. Now rename the variables produce the name here to secret number. And since I'm lazy, I'll only take the start like this. So now I'm assigning the secret number randomly. And if I run it in here I can just remember to click save because we haven't have autosaved on, and I can click run. I can of course see it is being generated here, so I can inspect it, and let me just guess right. That's it, we guessed the secret number. But the trick is if I'm minimizing this, and if I go here, And if I run the automation outside here, we will not be able to see the debugging window. So now I'm completely on my own. I'll pick 75, guess too high. Then I'll say 45, guess too high still. 25, too low. Let me just, I guess the correct number. So that's it. So we can use the random number, and if we just start it from outside, the user will not know. Now you learned about if and loop. Very important concepts. You know about advanced conditions using the and we talk about counter variables to make our loop not go on forever. That is the best practice that you'll need to learn. Do you want to network and solve problems with more than 3,000 RPA developers? Then you should join my Discord. The link is in the description below. Now we will automate the most used business application, that is Excel. Let me show you how, and you should click the Excel lesson and we'll get started. Automating Excel is a central part in all automation development because we'll use Excel a lot in the businesses. Today you will learn to automate Excel, and you'll also learn how to use macros, Visual Basic. It's not beginning stuff, but it's essential to understand because you'll need VBA, you'll need to learn just the syntax of it and how to invoke it. Don't worry, you will not have to learn code, but let's get started. So we go to the lessons page here, and then we download the course data. So I download the Excel book. I click the three dots here and then click download. That one will download the Excel sheet. I will just do this, and let me do this, and then place the Excel sheet on my desktop. I do this because then I can easily get to it. You can place your Excel sheet wherever you want. Let's open the data. Here we have it. So we have 6 columns: employee ID, name, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, yearly sales, and monthly sales. We have 10 employees, each one with a employee number. Then they have a name. Then they have sales for the first 2 quarters of the year and sales for the next 2 quarters of the year. We want to calculate the yearly sales, the monthly sales, and then we want to find out our best sellers and our worst sellers. That seems very rude, but we want to see how we can differentiate between them easily. And we'll do this by color coding them. So for monthly sales below 10,000, we want this cell to be colored red if this one has monthly sales of less than 10,000. More than 30,000, that one will be green. And between 10 and 30,000, that one will be yellow. So shouldn't we start automating Excel in Power Automate for Desktop? You go to Power Automate for Desktop. I click New Flow and then give my flow a name. I will say Excel and VBA. VBA is a central part in Excel, and don't worry, it can seem a bit overwhelming, but it's very easy. It's not rocket science. First, we will start with the Excel basics. I want to maximize this. I want to read my data, and the first thing I'll do is launch Excel and then read this Excel book. You can see we have 2 sheets, and I want to read the employee sheet, not this Anders Jensen org, where you can find information about me. So I want to read this, and let me just close it. We can do it in 2 ways. First, I'll grab the path. I'll shift right click. I repeat, shift right click with the mouse, then copy as path. Go back to Power Automate for Desktop. Then I'll find a launch Excel here and drag it in. We need to alter a few parameters. First, we will launch Excel not with a blank document, but we will open the following document. Here you can paste in the document path. You could also have clicked the selected file here and then find your files in your Explorer. That one will also be fine, but I'll do it like this. And remember to move the quotation marks around the file path, so it will look like this. Make instance visible. Do we want to see the Excel sheet whenever we run the robot? Usually we will not, but now it's quite exciting to see what we have accomplished step by step, so let's keep it on. Open as read only. We will not do that because we want to write back to Excel. In advanced settings, those ones we'll come back to later in this lesson, but variables produced. This Excel instance, when we open this Excel sheet, that will produce an instance called Excel instance. This is a variable. You can click on it and you can see the 2 percentage signs on each side that will indicate it's a variable. We click save. So now we have launched it. We also need to close it. Otherwise, Power Automate for desktop can and will close it for editing. That will be quite annoying. So always remember to close your Excel automation again. So I'll find a close, Excel, and drag it in. Here I will just close this Excel instance and I'll choose to save it. So whatever I have written in it, I will save it. Then I click save. I can run the automation. So if I click run here and just test that everything works, that I can actually read the Excel book and I can close it. So far, so good. You can see that we have one variable, that is the Excel instance. Now our strategy is, and let me open up the employee sheet again. I want to find out where my data is because I need to provide Power Automate for desktop with the range for my data. This is the range, but Power Automate won't know. So what I will do is that I'll find this row here, that is the first free row, and I'll find this one, that is the first free column. Because then I know one column before, that is where my data stops, that is the one column before the first free column, and similarly down here, one row before the first free row, my data stops, and then I will have my range. So let's do that in Power Automate for desktop. So I go here. I'll then find a get first free row column. So I'll search for get first free column row. And please remember to take this one here, the get first free column row, and not the get first free row on column. So take this one. This is not in the advanced section. So drag this one in. Drag it in between the launch and the close. Here I'll just read from the Excel instance and then I'll produce two variables. The first free column and the first free row. That is fine. I click save. So let me close down my Excel sheet here and run the automation. There we go. We can now see that we have a number that is the first free column and the first free row. We can read our Excel data. So if I go out here and I'll say read from Excel worksheet, find that action and drag it in underneath the get first free row column. Now I want to retrieve the value from a range of cells, so I pick that one. The start column, that is the first column, that is column A. The start row, that is the row 1, so we will start all the way up from the upper left corner in an Excel sheet. The end column, now we will use this variable over here or the content of it. So to pick that variable, pick the X here, first free column, double click that. Now we have it, but we want to go one before the first free column. That's where our data ends. So I go inside here, the percentage sign, and press -1. That's it. The same thing with the end row. Click the X here, first free row, and then I choose -1. One thing that we'll need to alter is in the advanced section. We'll need to say that our first line of range contains column names. I'll take that one because we have headers. That was the name, the employee ID, and the monthly sales and all these things. Those ones are headers. We specified here. That's important. So I click save. I can try to run the automation once more. This is a good approach to when you have made one or two steps in the beginning. Try to run your flow, see it works, see that you can read the data. Now go over here. You can see the Excel data. That is a data table that we produced here in this Excel read from Excel worksheet. You can see it here, and you can see it if you opened the action. So if I double click here, I have my data table. That is the Excel sheet written as a data table. You can see the structure is entirely the same. Here we have the row numbers, and this is 0 indexed. So the first row is 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and so forth. Then we have the employee ID, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we have the name, then we have the sales here, and so forth. Now we can do calculations on it. So I click close. So the strategy here is that I want to iterate through this data table with our data. So I'll find a for each. So search for a for each in actions here and drag it in underneath the read from Excel worksheets. Here we just pick our Excel data And this current item, that is each one of the rows one by one, they'll be stored into this variable called current item. That is fine. You can, for example, pick person. You can give it any name you want. This is just a reference for you to remember. So you have more for eaches. You want to give them a very describing name so you don't confuse yourself. Then I click save. So now I'm iterating to each one of these rows. Everything that comes between the for each and the end, those ones will be actions to be performed. We have nothing in it, so nothing will happen. No need to run the automation, but we'll know that it will happen. Let me open up my data once more. Here. And here I want to do the calculations. But first, since these are Excel objects stored as text, whether or not these are numbers, I want to convert these things to numbers in Power Automate for desktop. So that's it, the Q1, Q2 column and the Q3, Q4 column. I'll convert those ones to numbers so I can calculate on them. So I can close it again, go back to my workflow. So I'll find a convert text to number, and this is somewhat annoying that you'll have to do these actions. Even though that your data is formatted as numbers, you'll end up doing this. So I'll have a convert text to number, but that's okay. It's just the approach. So no need to be in a bad mood about that. So text to convert. Now I will target each one of my rows. That was the current item. So I'll find it here, current item. But I only want to target the Q1, Q2 column here. So to do this, I can go in here and then I can say hard brackets, start. Then I can say quotation marks. I can say Q1, Q2, quotation marks, hard bracket end. This will target this column. I could also give it the column number. But then we will have the situation if the business side, we decide to change the order of columns or insert a column, then the numbers wouldn't be right. Of course, here, if they decide to change the column headers, we will be in problems as well. So always tell the business side if they handle the data to do it right. Then there's no problem. The variables produced, it will produce a text as number. Let's give it a better number. You can just overwrite this. I say Q1, Q2. You don't have to worry about the percentage signs. Those ones will be added automatically, as you can see here. Then I click save. So now I'm having this one Q1, Q2 as a variable number. I can work with it. Similarly, I will right click here or just press Ctrl C, then Ctrl V or right click, paste it in. Now I have two similar actions. I'll just change this to Q3, Q4. So I'll open it, double click it. This is a nice way of doing it. Instead of creating it all the way from scratch, I'll do this. I'll also store it in a Q3, Q4 variable like this. And then I'll click save. So now I just have two variables as numbers. I can run my automation once more. Here we go. You can see that we're iterating to each one of the rows. That is this for each symbolizing. And here we have our variables. This is just the variables of the last row because we have 10. So these ones will get overwritten once we do a for each. So we'll have them over and over. And now we will take advantage of these two variables because we want to do our calculation. So let me open up the Excel sheet again by double clicking it. Here I want to do the calculation. So I want to add this one to this one and then print it out in yearly sales and so forth for each one of these rows. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th column. And you can see that this one starts with number 2, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so forth. We'll create a variable that will start with 2 and then we'll add 1 to them so we can write it back to the right cell. That one will be this, 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 this. Let me show you. So back to Power Automate for desktop. Then we'll find the set variable first. So I'll say set variable here. Drag it in above the for each because we will define it once and for all before the for each. So I'll do the row number like this and we'll give it the value of 2 because that one was the row number that our Excel data started in. So I'll do this. And then each time I have done a calculation, that is these two, and we'll have a few more actions, then we want to add 1 to this number. We'll do that by dragging it in here. Then we'll find the right variable. That one will be the row number like this. And here we can say row. So I click the X, I'll find the row number here. And to add one to it, I go inside the percentage signs and press +1. That's it. So now I have it. Now I can write it back because I got this supporting variable. I know it was column 5 and I have this row number as the current row 1 and 1. So let's find a write to Excel worksheet like this. Drag it in above the set variable but below the to convert text to numbers. I'll use the Excel instance. That one is from up here. Then the value. I'll add these two together. So first I'll find the first one here. That one will be the Q1, Q2. And inside the percentage signs, I can make a space. That doesn't matter. The spaces will be ignored. It's just easier for you to read. So I'll have a plus. Then I'll add the Q3, Q4. And now it's very important that you delete this percentage sign and this one. So here we have the percentage signs and then we have the variables, and in between we have no percentage signs. So that one is fine. We'll write to specified cell, that is fine. The column we want to write to, that was number 5. And the row, that one was the row number. So here I can just take the value from the row number like this. Then I click save. Let's close our Excel sheet and see if we can run it successfully and we can write data back to our sheet. So here you can see we are iterating to each one of these rows. There you go. Let's go out and inspect our data. We now have yearly sales and those ones look approximately right. I think they are right. Of course they're right. So now we will calculate the monthly sales and then we can start to get a little bit more advanced. Because the monthly sales, that was column 6 by the way. And I will go back to Power Automate for desktop. I will create a monthly sales variable which I will use to write back to Excel, but I will also use it for one other purpose. But let's first find a set variable. I'll drag it in underneath the write to Excel worksheet. In the variable new var, I will call this monthly sales like this. And the monthly sales is just calculated as Q1, Q2 plus Q3, Q4. Those two added divided by 12. So let's just do Q1, Q2, just like before. We say plus. Then we'll say Q3, Q4 here. And I'll delete these two and these two. Then I'll have a parentheses because now we will add these two first and then we will divide by 12 like this. We click save. So this one is our monthly sales. Now we will write that back to Excel as well. So I will find a write to Excel worksheet, drag it in beneath the set variable here. So here we have the Excel instance, that is fine. We'll do the exact same thing as we did up here. The value to write, that one will just be our monthly sales. We already did the calculation here. Specified cell, that is right. We take the column 6. The row will still be the row number. So I'll choose the row number out here like this. I'll just let it be for 2 seconds so you can do the same. Then I click save. So now we write our monthly sales back again. We can run the automation to see that we actually succeed. It will take like 10 iterations of these rows. That's fine. 8, 9, 10. I like these things to see that things succeed. So if I do this, I open up the sheet. Now we have the monthly sales. So now for the advanced part of this exercise, I want to apply these rules to it. So I want to say, if this monthly sales is below 10,000, you can see that we have one here, 4,800. Then I want to paint it red. Similarly, I want the highest sales green, otherwise yellow. We can't do it directly in Power Automate for desktop. We could open up the Excel sheet and then click buttons here, but we want to do it directly. So what you need to do is to scroll a little bit down. I cheated and created the script for you. You don't need to do it. You'll find this lessons again in the description below. So here we have a macro. This is Visual Basic for applications. It's called color code. we have two ingoing arguments, one called monthly sales and one called row number. The monthly sales is the monthly sales from before, and so is the row number. Here we will say if the monthly sales is below 10,000, then we want to take the range F and then the row number, that will be the current row number, and we want to paint it in color 3, that is red. And similarly, if it's above 10,000 and below 30,000, then we want to paint it 6. If it's above 30,000, then we want to paint it 4. So what you do here is that you click copy. And then we go to our Excel sheet. So that is here. Here you should see a developer tab. If you don't see it, then click File, then find the options down here. Click Customize Ribbon and make sure that this developer is ticked here. Do that. Mine is, so I have it. So then I click OK. Now click the developer up here. We will use this code in this sheet so we can call it from Power Automate for desktop. So click the Visual Basic. That one is over here. Now right click, insert module, and then we can copy in what we copied from here, or we can paste in what we copied from here. This one is our macro. So this one is color code. So now I will just save it. And this one is saved as XLSX. Now you can see we can't autosave because we have a macro. So what I want to do now, I go back to my Excel sheet, I click Save As. Then instead of calling it, I want to call it employees and place it on the desktop, but I want to choose it as macro enabled. So that is the XLSM, make sure that. Save it the same place. Now close down our sheet here. And you can see that we now have a macro enabled workbook. If I open it, then I can click Enable Content. I want to make this as a trusted document. That one you have to. This is just this code. But if I go to Developer again, Visual Basic, you'll find our macro. This one is the one that we want to call. So we want to call color code. That was the name. So let me just close this, close this. First thing that we will need to fix is that we now have the employees XLSM name. So we will go back to Power Automate Desktop and fix it up here in the Launch Excel. So instead of XLSX, we will say XLSM. We could of course also find it by clicking this select file. Then you need to go down to Advanced, choose Nest under a new Excel process and load add-ins and macros. I repeat, go down to Advanced, take the Nest under a new Excel process and load add-ins and macros. Then click Save. So now we have created the macro and we are reading it here. Then we need to run it from Power Automate for desktop. Again, you don't need to understand the code. You just need to understand what we're doing here. So rewind the video if things goes too fast. It's designed for that. Now I'll have the run Excel macro. Drag it just beneath the write to Excel worksheet, but above the set variable. So I want to target the Excel instance. That is still this one, even though we are also the address. So the macro, I'll just say color code. That was my name of my macro. And then we have two ingoing arguments. Remember in the script, we had the monthly sales and the row number. So separated by a semicolon, I will then have my first argument. That one was monthly sales. So I can click here. I'll take the monthly sales variable. That's why we created it. Then another semicolon, and then I'll find the row number. That is the current row number. So we know which cell we want to paint. Then I click Save. So now we can run it. This one will paint our cells in the correct color when we have run the automation. So now we will run it like 10 times here. We are running the Excel macro for each one of these rows and paint the right cell. Here, let me open this one here. There you go. We have now painted the correct cells in the color that we wanted. That one is fine. A thing that we can change is that each time we run this automation, this one will just get overridden. It would be nice if we could have a timestamp, so each time we run this, there will be a unique identifier. That one could be a timestamp. Let me show you. So we just have new files each time this robot runs. So let me go here. So the first thing I want to find is to get the current date and time. So I'll find a get current date and time. And this one will get the current system time when the robot starts because I place it in the beginning. So I'll have the current date and time. The time zone, that is the system time zone, that one is my time zone. So then that one will be stored into a variable called current date and time. I click save. Now I need to convert this date and time into a text. So I'll go over here, then I'll say convert date time to text here and drag it in beneath the get current date and time. So the date time to convert, that one is this variable up here, current date time. So I'll pick it here. Here I can choose a standard format. This one lets me choose between some very standard and fixed formats. Those ones are good if you want. You can see an example of it here. But I want to customize it, so I customize it. Here I can customize the format. And these ones are .NET, that is a programming language or a framework. So I can say for Ys, I can say month, I can say days. You can see an example comes here. This one I will use for my file name. Then I'll say hours, like this, and then I'll say minutes and seconds. That's it. This one will get saved into formatted date time. So I click save here. Now I can go down all the way to close Excel here. So here I can save the document, but I want to save document as. And here I will just choose the same path as before. So I'll find it on my desktop. Make sure you choose the right one. That is the macro enabled workbook. And I click open. And I will use the date. So here I will just put in my variable just before the employees. So here I'll have the formatted date time variable. I will find it over here. There you go. So now I have that in front of the employees. I can click save. So now I run it. I will run it 10 times. This is just as before. It will just give a new file name to the Excel macro-enabled workbook with our data in. That one will be on our desktop, so we don't overwrite the previous. There you go. We now have a unique file name. This is how you can do unique file names, which is pretty clever because we want to report each time our robot runs. Another thing that we can have a problem on, this is our data. Let me open it. If I do this, then this sheet is active. I just click save or I click close. And then if I try to run the robot, so let me try to run it. Here we are launching the Excel. And now we have a problem because we can't find the data. That is because we are looking in the wrong sheet. So this one will just take, this one will launch Excel. Let me just show you here. It will launch Excel, but it will just take the active sheet. So to fix for that, we will open the book. That one is this one. And then we will set the active sheet. So if I go over here and I'll find a set active Excel worksheet. So just below the launch Excel, then I'll have the Excel instance. I'll activate worksheet with name and then I will find it. Mine one was called employees. So let me just rename because I'm lazy. So I'll copy it here. Write it here. So I will make sure that my employee sheet will get activated like this. Let's try to run the robot again. So this is just a way to make sure that we are using the correct data, that we are on the right sheet if we have multiple sheets. This is important to say that I've been in or another colleague have opened up the data. Then I want to make sure that I have actually opened it. Now you can see it ran again. It made a new record. I can open it. There you go. We now have a nice new sheet, which is formatted correct. You're almost halfway through the course. Well done. Now click the Applications lesson. Let's learn to automate applications in Power Automate for desktop. The case today is that we want to automate in the Windows calculator. The Windows calculator looked like this. Go to your start, search for calculator or calculator in your own language if you don't have Windows in English. I have, so I just open it here. This is the application that we want to automate in. We do this because we all have this application installed, but also because the same principle applies whether we automate in the calculator or much more advanced systems. We will use the same approach. Now get started. So the case today is that we want to open up the calculator. Then we want to take dynamic input from the user. We will store them into variables, 2 variables. Then we will make an addition of those 2 variables. Then we will scrape the result. For example, if the user provided 2 and 5, we will click equal, and then we will scrape this 7 result and present it. Finally, we will close the application. So here you will learn to click buttons in an application. You'll learn to work with scraping results from the application and to present it. Let's get started. So I go to Power Automate for desktop and then create a new flow. I will call this applications and then calc like this, and then click create. So here's our blank canvas. First, I want to open up the application. So I'll find a run application like this and drag it in. Here I need to define an application path for the calculator or whatever app I will open. Today is the calculator, so I will just provide it here or find it by selecting file. The calculator is a window app, so I can just say calc exit. This one will open up the calculator. You can always Google the apps that will give you the path, so you can easily do it instead of sitting around and finding the executable path on your computer. But I click save. Now let me try to run it. We open up a calculator. So that's it. Let's also close it. So when we are done, we want to close the calculator. I will find a terminate process, take this one and drag it in. So I will terminate it by the process name, and then in this dropdown I can find some predefined processes. I will have the calculator, then I can click save. So now I will open it and then I will close it. Nothing happens, but this is just to show you how you can open applications and close them again. So here I want to have a display message, because I just want to pause the flow to see that everything works. So this will just be a message box that will pause the workflow, and we can click OK and see that everything is going on like we expect to, like this. So now I can click run. So I run the application. So this one opens and I even have like 3 calculators. Put on pause, I can click OK. This terminate process will close down all calculator windows. Beware that if we want to automate in other applications, you should have all your work saved, of course. So we are closing the calculator in the end. Another good practice is to close down applications in the beginning and then open it, because then we know we are on the front page. That's it. Now let's take 2 inputs from the user and use those to automate our calculator. So instead of this display message, I'll drag in 2 display input dialog. Here I will say number A, and I'll say in the text, please put in a number between 0 and 9. We do this because we only have 0 and 9 buttons, and this could be buttons in any app named something else. So now I have the 0 to 9, and then I will store this into number A variable like this. So then I click save. Similarly, I'll do it for number B. So I'll just right click and copy, Control V or Control C I could have copied. Now I have 2 equal actions. So I open up the last one here. I'll call this number B instead and store it in the number B variable. So these ones will just take on input from the user, take a number, and then we will use it to type something into the calculator in our application. I will delete this display message. I will also disable the terminate process because I want to keep it open while I develop, then we can enable it afterwards. What you do here is just you right click, enable action, right click, disable action. Then this step will be ignored. So when I click run here, I'll run the application and let me drag in this number 8. I'll say 2 plus 8. Nothing will happen, but you can see that the number gets stored here. Now we just need to use this number to type in 2 and 8. And of course, if the user types in other numbers, I want to also make it work with those numbers. So now let's find a click action. So I'll find a click. Pick the one that's called click UI element in window and drag it in beneath here. This one will be our number A. Now we will configure the UI element. So click the drop down here and add UI element. Here you can see I can choose all the elements in this calculator. I will just pick a random number. You can do the same. So hover over one of the numbers, press Ctrl in and click the number. We will not use this, but now I've created the selector. Then I click Save. If I want to inspect the UI element, click the stack of it. It looks like papers, but it is UI elements. Here you can see we have the button 1. First, let's rename it. You can either press F2 when you're over here, or you can right click, rename. I will say number A button. Because this one, we will make it work whether or not the user has typed in 1. Let's go inspect it. You inspect it by double clicking it. Then this is the address of the number 1 button. We haven't fixed it yet, but we'll do so. So double click again. Here you have the address. You can have this selected tree, or we can fix it manually. So untick this custom. What it says here is that we have a window. We have the class Windows UI core window. The name is calculator. And then there's some elements in the calculator. And right here you can see that this ID number 1 button. So if I, instead of number 1 button, could press number 5 button, update, close. Now let's try to run our application once more. So now we will press the 5 instead of 1 just by changing something in the selector. There you go, we have clicked number 5. But let's fix it, so make it work that we will type in whatever the user has typed in number A. So click the UI elements, double click here, double click again, and instead of this 5, delete that, click the variables up here, and then we will use the number A variable. You can see that we have now inserted it here. We have percentage signs on each part of the number A. That means that this is the variable we're using. Then we click update and we click close. Now let's try to run it again. Drag it in from the other screen. So I say 4 and I want to add it with 4. We only fixed the number A button. So now it will say 4 and it will work with whatever button we have in. That's it. That's 4. So then we will copy it. So I will just do this. I will right click, copy, Control V, or right click, Control V. So now I just need to fix the selector for this. Otherwise it will be the same. So what I can do is to go over here. I can add UI element, then pick a random new number, Control and then left click. That one was bottom 9. Here we go. So first we rename it. I rename it to number B button. You could also just have dragged in a new click UI element and then made it from here. But now you saw how we can do it like this instead, like copying the activity. So I open it again, and I click custom off. And again, we need to go down here to num9 button. I delete this and then I use the number B variable. So whatever the user typed into the number B, that is the second input dialog, we will use that here in this selector. That's it. So I'll click close. Then I'll go in here and instead of number A, I'll switch it to number B. This was a little bit more steps than we'll used to do, but now you can see how you can easily toggle between UI elements. Now we just need a plus and an equal sign. So I'll drag in another click UI element between these two. I'll add that UI element. Here I'll pick a plus, Control, and click it. So that one was the plus, save. I like to name it just like the other ones. Always keep good naming references. So instead of button plus, I will say plus button. So I'll keep the same convention. You can see that it changed over here. Similarly, I want to have an equal sign in the end. So I'll add that UI element as well. Here, Control in, and I have the equal sign again. Then I click save. Over here, you can see that I can rename it, and then I can say equal button like this. So now let's see if it works. And then we just, because we don't have the terminate process enabled, I'll just close it manually so we can see what's actually going on. We only have one calculator. So now the input dialog is on my other screen. I will say 8 plus, and then we'll say 0, for example. So now we made it work. It will say 8 plus 0 equals 2. and that is 8. Now we want to use this result. So we will find an extract here. Make sure you take the extract data from window and not the extract data from web page. Sometimes you can get a little bit confused. Drag it in underneath here. So here we will choose another UI element. So I will click this drop down. I will add UI element. And now I want to extract from here. So again, Control N, click it. This one will be text display is 8. I will store it not in an Excel sheet, but in a variable. Here we can see that the data produced, that is data from window. That is just the name of the variable with the content in. Here it's 8, but it could be any result from our calculation. So I will rename this. I can just say result like this. And again, because this will work whether or not the display is 8 or so we think, we can inspect the UI element again over here. First, I want to rename it. So I right click, rename, and then I'll say result field like this. I double click, then I double click once more, and then I inspect. Is there something that where it says result is 8 in this selector? No, there's not. So it will probably, like it with 99%, work whether or not the result is 8. That's fine. It will just store it into a result variable, and let's see that it actually works. So now I run it again, drag this in. I'll say 3 plus, and then just pick 2. So now to say 3 plus 2 equals 5, and then hopefully we will scrape the result, which is result is equal to 5, or display is 5 over here. So now you can see we can use this result because this is the exact result that we want to present. But wouldn't it be a bit nicer if we could just have the 5 on and not the display is? So let's go fix that as well. We will learn some string manipulation. But first, let's find a display message to have the message displayed. You will use this variable, this result variable, if you want to write it back into a system, into an Excel sheet or whatever you want. So now we just present it in a message box. We drag that in here. We will just present the result. So here I'll say result is, and then in the message to display, I'll use the result variable. So I'll do this and do this. Then I click save. Now I can run it again. Here I have my input dialog over here. So I'll say 7. Then I'll say 3. So now I'll say 7 plus 3, that equals 10. And we'll present that in our message box. That's it. Display is 10. Now we want to remove the display is. So if I go over here, I'll find a get subtext. This one will do string manipulation amongst others activities. So I drag it underneath the display message after the extracted data from window. The original text, that is whatever is in the result variable. So I'll click here, find the result. Then I'll say I want to only have the characters after a certain position. I want to start at a position. And let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we want to start at the 12th position. This is 0 indexed. So the first position is 0. So it's actually position 11. That's just how it is in programming. So then we'll say we can have the length. Is that number of chars or the end of the text? I'll just choose the end of the text. Then we will make it work with whether or not we have 1 or 2 digits in. I'll store this string manipulation into the result variable again. No reason to create a new one. So I can just click the X here and choose the result. Then I can click save. Now I can enable my terminate process again. So I right click and enable action. Let's run the flow and see that everything works. You can now create dynamic selectors and you can work with application as this is the same principle that goes. So now I do my calculation. 3 plus 6 equals to 9. The result is 9. We now got rid of the display is, and when I click OK here, we will terminate all calculator windows. Impressive that you made it this far. You can get behind the scenes from my RPA developer life here in my company by following me on Instagram, especially my Instagram stories. Now we will learn to automate the browsers, so open up the browser lesson. Today's exercise is something that we often face as RPA developers, that is browser automation. We want to log into an area using a username and a password, and we want to click buttons, take screenshots and the likes. So what we will do is to open up a Google and then search for the internet login like this and take the first hit. That is the login page, the internet. This is a sample page which we can practice on. Here we need to fill in username, password and then click login. This is not truly compliant because the username is up here, Tom Smith, and the password is even here too. So let's create it in Power Automate for desktop and talk about the best practices and how we can improve the robot. So if I go to Power Automate for desktop and then click new flow. So here I will say browsers, you can call yours whatever you want. So now I open up the flow and let me maximize this. So this is our blank canvas. First, we will need to open up a browser. So if I go over here to actions and then search for a launch, I can either choose Chrome, Microsoft Edge or Firefox. Don't go with the Internet Explorer, that is outdated. I prefer Chrome, but feel free to take the Edge as well. Here I'll launch a new instance and I need a URL. So I go back to my browser and up here I will copy the entire web address, Ctrl+C, go back to my Power Automate for desktop. Now I can paste in the URL here. This launch new Chrome will produce a variable called browser. So then I can click save. This also means that I can refer to this variable if I want to do something in this window. Let me show you. So if I close down this page here and go back to my Power Automate for desktop and run, I will open up a new browser that will take me to this page. So we already created the first step. That was easy, wasn't it? Now we need to store the username and password. Obviously we would, in real life, we will store this password a bit more secure, but you'll get the intuition and we can easily store it in, for example, CyberArk later. So if I go back here and let me just copy this username first. So mark it, Ctrl+C, go back to your Power Automate for desktop. We can create the username as a variable in two ways. We can either use the set variable as we did before, or we can create it as an input variable. We'll usually want to do that because we will store the credentials in some kind of a secure way. So if I click this plus here, I'll say input. So now I give my variable a name. I'll not call it new input. I'll call this username. The default value, well, I just copied that. So Ctrl+V, paste it in. The external name I will not use, but I will just use the same one as the internal name. You can give it a description, that's fine. Then I click create. Now I have my username variable. And let's go back to the browser here and take the password. So if I mark this, Ctrl+C, I'll do the exact same thing, almost. I'll go back here and create a new input variable. So click the plus sign, click input. Here I will say password like this. I'll give it the default value, super secret password. I'll give it the same external name. And here I can mark as sensitive. And look what's happened. So if I click create here, it will not get shown up here. That is clever. If, for example, other people come to the robot, they cannot see this sensitive value. They will, however, be able to see it if they click here. So now I'm launching a new browser and I stored these two username and password as variables. Now I can use them to type them in here. So first let's fix the username field. So if I go back here, what I'll need now is a populate text field on web page. So go search for that. Make sure you take the one on the web form filling and drag it in. So here you can see I refer to my browser instance variable. That was the one we created up here. Now we need a UI element. A UI element is everything you'll see on the web page. So if I click the drop down here, you can see I can add a UI element. So if I click here, all the elements that I can choose, let me move this a bit, is available in the red ones. So I want to type something in. You can see I can even send text to these fields, for example. Of course, nothing will happen, but I can do it. I can send it to all the UI elements on the web page. Since we want the username, I find that, press Ctrl, left click with your mouse, and our UI element is created. Now I need to say, what do I want to fill in? Well, I wanted to fill in the username that we just created as a variable up here. So to do so, I click the X here, then find the username. You can double click it. That one will get typed in here. You could also write it out yourself, percentage signs, and then username, but it's more easy and you'll reduce the risk of misspelling things by just choosing it automatically. Then I can click Save. And let me just close this browser window again. We can see that we can make it work. So we launch a new Chrome and we fill in the username. It's that easy. Let me show you a bit of the background around this, how we can create these elements and how we can edit them. So if I go back to Power Automate for desktop, you can see that this populate text field input text username, that one originates from the UI element. So if I go over here, click the UI elements, you can see it here. So this is our UI element inside of this web page. First of all, do rename all your UI elements so you can easily come back to them. What you will do is to go over here and then you can press either F2 like this, or you can just right click rename. Here I'll just say, I'll call this username field. This one will make it easy to maintain in the future. To inspect the address, let me just double click here. And you can see here the address is input, hard brackets, ID equals username. Let me show you how Power Automate for desktop got this address. So if I go back to my browser, one thing that I'll introduce you for, you don't have to completely understand it, just know it's there. I'll be more elaborate in later lessons. So if you press F12 here, and this works whether you got Google Chrome or Edge, this one will open up the developer tools. This is a very, very powerful tool and it's free. It's in the browser. You need to have it docked to the bottom. You don't need to, but it's more efficient. If your ones look like this, it's over here to the right. You can click the three dots, dock to the bottom. That's here. We can inspect everything. So if you go to elements, then click this arrow, we will inspect the username field. So if I just click here, you can see here that we have the input section, and in there's the ID username. That was exactly our address here. So Power Automate for desktop just referred to this field by the address here in the developer tools. We could have created this one ourselves, and you can see I can even say that I want to have the input and then I want to change it to name username. That will also work. Just let me show you how we'll do it. So if I double click again, untick custom, I can just change this one here to name, wasn't it? Like this, and then we'll click update and we can run it. So if I just run it again, this one will open up a new one and we typed in the username. Be aware that if we got duplicates, let me go back here, say that we got several input fields with the same name, then we will have to specify it further. That one will be a more advanced lesson, but you will not imagine that there will be several input fields with the ID username. The web developers from this web page would have thought of that. So now you know how this originated. So I close down my browser again with the challenges. And here we have now filled in the username. We will do the exact same thing with the password. So either just copy this or drag in a new one. Here again, we go to this drop down. We will not use the username field, of course. We will add a new UI element. And we will need to have the internet login opened. Oh, I, for some reason, closed it. That was not the purpose. So I'll open it again here. So here I'll find the password. And to find the password again, just find the field, click Control, then left click with your mouse. This one will create a UI element. So what do I need to fill in here? Well, that was the value of the password variable. So I'll just refer to the password variable. Click the X here, find the password like this, then click save. Now let's try to run this automation to see that this works. So now I can fill in the password. Let me just verify that we can actually log in. We can. I'll log out again. So if I go back to Power Automate for desktop, let's also fix the name of this UI element. So again, go up here. You can right click now, rename, or press F2. F12, sorry. So here is the password field. We have fixed it. So now we need another thing. We need to click the login button. That one was this one here. And to do so, we'll find a click link on web page here. Drag it in underneath. So here we'll again refer to the browser instance variable. We'll create a new UI element for the button. Let's try to create it another place that's possible. So I'll save here. This one will give us an error. That's fine because it says we need a UI element. We can create it over here in the UI elements. So click this stack, click add UI element, and this one will also open up the UI element picker. I want a login button. We have two different choices. I think it will work whether or not we choose the big button. That one will work, but it will also work if we click here. I just choose the big button. So control, left click with your mouse. We have now the button login. I can click done here. So I'll press F2 and here I'll say login button like this and have it renamed. Now we use this UI element over here in our click link on web page. So double click to open it, choose the drop down and find the login button like this. Then I click save. So now we have all our three actions. We can now open up a browser and log in. So let's try to run the automation to verify that it works. Username, password, click login. We're now logged in. Second part of the exercise is to take a screenshot of this area. So what we will do here, let me minimize this, is that we'll create a folder on our desktop for the screenshots. You can place your folder whenever you want or wherever you want. So I right click, new folder. Here I will just say screenshots like this. Now I will get the address of this folder. So hover your mouse over, shift, right click, copy as path. Then I go back to my Power Automate for desktop. I'll also create a new variable for this folder. Make it a good habit of creating variables for things that can change. That is best practice when you develop. So what I'll do here is that I'll go over here to input output variables, input. Here I will say folder path like this. I'll give it a default value by pasting in the value that I just copied. Remember to move the quotation mark in the end and in the start. I will also call this folder path by external name. It's not, we don't use it now, but if we did, it will be called folder path. Then I can click create. So now I can use this folder path when I take a screenshot. Find a take screenshot of web page here on the web data extraction and drag it in. So we'll do it right after we click the link on the web page. So I'm referring to the browser instance, that's fine. I will capture it by taking the entire web page. I can either save it to the clipboard or to a file. Here I'll choose my image file and the file format. I want a PNG. So first I click the drop down in this file format and then choose PNG. Now I can use my address that I want to refer to when I want to save, and I just created a variable for that. That was the folder path. So if I go up here, select the variable, that will be the folder path. Then I'll say I want to go inside it and then I can name it. So I'll just call mine screenshot.png. Then I can click save. Now let's try to run the automation again. So I run it, launch a new Chrome, log in, take a screenshot. There you go. Let's inspect the folder on our desktop to see that we actually have a screenshot. Here we have a screenshot of the web page. So far so good. But if I run the robot again, this screenshot will be overwritten over and over. Let me show you a nice trick where we can do dynamic naming. We will use this trick a lot. So if I go back to Power Automate for desktop, we will use the date. When this robot starts, we will take the date down to the seconds and use that in the file name. That is dynamic naming. I'll find a get current date and time here, and I'll pick it in the beginning of the robot. This one will just produce a variable called current date and time. I'll click save. Now I will convert this current date and time into a text variable. So I'll find a convert date time to text here and drag it in just after. I will take my current date time and transfer it into a text variable. So date time to convert. Click the X here and then find the current date and time. We can see that the variables we produce is a formatted date time named. This one will be a text variable. I can use the standard formats. This one will give us some really standard ones. You can see it here. But since I want to use it in the file name, I really want it to be nicely formatted. So I choose custom here. Here I can put in a little bit of code. It's really easy. For example, if I put in 4Ys, this one will put in a year. Of course, this is 2022 when I make this video, so it will be called 2022 in this text variable. If you want to learn a little bit more about that, let me show you where to get it from in 10 seconds. But first, I'll just create the custom format. I want a year. Then I want a month, that is 2 big M's. If you press small m's, it will be minutes. So here I will say days. Then I want hours. I want the 24-hour format because that is easiest when I name my files. Then I want minutes, and that one was the small m's. I also want seconds. I can even go with milliseconds and the likes, but this is fine. We will not have the same robot run in the same seconds, so this will work. Then I can click save. And back to where I got, let me just open it again, where I got these ones from. So let me open up a Google, and then I can search for .NET custom datetime format, and you will pick this one here, custom date and time format strings. Click it. This is the Microsoft. So here, if I scroll a little bit down, you can see that here we got the codes. So for example, I use the 4Ys. So I scroll a little bit down, it's alphabetically. You can see here 4Ys. That is the year as a 4-digit number. Similarly, I use 2 S's for seconds. That one is here. So you can just save this for a reference. You will be using this in the future. Always check the Microsoft documentation. To use it in our flow, I can click save here. I will just use this text variable in my naming. So open up the text screenshots of web page, and then just before the screenshots, use the variable. So click the X here, take the formatted date time. It should look like this. Then I can click save. Let's try to run the robot again. So now we will do dynamic naming. And if I go back to my folder out here, you can see that I have now created a screenshot with the name of the date and time when the robot ran. Isn't that clever? So here you learn how to automate browsers, use variables, and do dynamic naming. You're now mastering web automation, and let me challenge you. Can you build an automation that places a comment below to this video with feedback for me and the course? Then just pause the video and create it. That will also help me, so I'll say thanks. When you're done with that, we'll go to file handling by clicking the lesson. In this lesson, we will learn to handle files. Let's get started. So we download the course files. Click download the example files here. That one will download our files when we click the 3 dots. Click download. So if I just resize this, I drag the files to my desktop. You can place yours in whatever folder you want. Then I right click, extract here. So these are the files that we want to sort. Let's open it by double clicking it. Here are the files. So we want each Excel file to go into the Excel folder, each Notepad file into the Notepad, each Word into the Word. But there's a built-in trap here because we also have zipped files. Let me double click it. You can see that we have Notepad files inside the zip. So what we will do is to first extract the zip files and then sort it. In the end, we will create a nice log. You'll see how to do that. Let's get started. First thing I'll do is to grab this path to the folder. So I shift right click, copy as path. Then I go to Power Automate for desktop and create a new flow. I will call this file handling. You can call yours whatever you want. Then I click create. Let me maximize the canvas. First thing we'll do is to create a variable for the folder path. So I go over here to my input output variables, click the plus sign, click input. Here I have a variable name. I will say folder path. The default value I'll paste in, that was my files folder. I'll delete the quotation marks in the start and in the end. And I'll copy this folder path and paste it in as an external name. Then I click create. So we'll split this exercise in different parts so it's easy to understand. First, we want to, let me open up the folder again. We want to unzip this so we can sort all these files. And we don't know how many zip files we got in our folder. So the first thing we'll do is to find a get files in folder and drag it in. So the folder to look in, well, we just created a variable for that. So let's use it. Click the X here and use the folder path. Right here, we only want to find the zip files. So I'll say asterisk, that means every file. And I want every file name ending with zip. So I'll do this. We can see that we produce a variable called files. I will call this files zip because we will work with other files later in the exercise. Always name your variables and everything well, so we can easily see what's going on. I click save. Another thing that we can do to easily name and see what's going on in our workflow is to find a comment. So if I search for comment, that one is here in the flow control, I can drag this in. So I can give comments. They will just be treated as comments. The robot will do nothing with them, but I can easily do for guidance for the future you or your colleagues. So for example, if I say unzip started, then I can place all my unzip actions after this, and let me copy it. Let me paste it in. Let me edit it and say ended. So now I have a container. I'll put all my unzip activities in here. So far, I could just get the files in folder. We can try to run it. There you go. You can see that if I open this, we have a list of files. There's only one item in, and that's because we only have one zipped file. And let me because I will just maximize this, just to have it more clean looked. So now we can iterate through all our zip files. I know there's only one, but we could have 5 zip files in it. It will work anyways. To iterate through a list, we'll find a for each and drag it in. Still inside the unzip started, unzip ended. Value to iterate. We want to iterate through our file zip. That was the list with the zip files. So if I click the X here, file zip. Each item in the list will be stored into a current item. That's the one we can process. Current item is fine. This is just a name for reference, but I will call it zip file. Like this, I click save. So for each zip file in the files zip list, we want to do something. I want to unzip. So up in the actions, I'll find a unzip here and drag it in. So we need a path, but that path is one of the items from the list. We only have one. This is this path here. So I can just refer to the zip file. Remember, that was the reference we gave each item when we're iterating through them one by one. So if I go here, just click the X, click zip file. So where do I want to unpack them to? Well, I want to unpack them to the folder path. That's where all my other files are. So I can just click the X, folder path. We will do nothing else. So I'll just click save. Here you can see the power of the folder path. Of course, it's easier now when we just can click a variable. But imagine that I want to remove my files. Then I can just change it one place, that is here, instead of going into my robot, change it every time I use that in the robot. Maybe I have several robots and I could forget something, making my robot malfunction. So this is a very powerful way to do, and is also an RPA best practice. So now I have unzipped. I will then delete the zip file because we will not use it anymore. So I'll find a delete files here and I'll drag it in. So I'll delete each zip file once I have unzipped it. So click the X again, choose the zip file. Then I click save. So now we have our flow to unzip. Let's inspect the folder. So we expect that this one will get unzipped. The notepad documents will go into this folder and we will delete this zipped file. Let's run it. So I run it, it will be fairly quickly. I go to my folder. There you go. We have now 3 zipped notepads and no zipped file. So we build the first part of the flow. Now the sorting can begin. Again, we will use comments to better see what's going on. So I'll find a comment, drag it in after the unzip ended. So this one is file sorting started. Then I click save. I will copy this and paste it in, just renaming the last one to ended. So now I have a common container again where I can do my file sorting. We will have nothing going on here, and we can even add longer comments if we want a better understanding for what's going on. But that's fine for now. So again, I'll get all files. Now I have unzipped it, so I want to get all the files in here without exceptions. Last time we only got the zip files. So if I go over here, find a get files in folder, drag it in between the 2 file sorting comments. So the folder we want to look in, that will be the folder path. Double click that. We will take all files. So I will just have this asterisk. This one will enable us to take everything. It will produce a variable and I will just say files. I will call this files to sort. And again, I click save. So now we get the files. This one will give us a list just like before. Let me try to run the robot. We will do no unzipping because we have no unzipped files anymore, but it will of course work if we added zipped files. Now we have the files to sort list. So if I open this, we can see that we now have a list of 14, actually 15 items because the first one is 0. It's 0 indexed and we can see we have all the nice files here. Those ones are the ones to get sorted. Again, we will use a for each to iterate through each one of the files here and the files to sort. So I'll find a for each and drag it in. So what value do I want to iterate through now? Well, this is the files to sort. And this is why we named it well, so we can easily refer to it. So if I click the X here, then I find the files to sort. I will rename the current item. This was again just a reference for each one of the file names in the files to sort. So I'll just say file. Then I click save. So now we can do something. We need to ask a question. So let me open our folder again. We need to ask, first we will ask, is the file that we are getting through one by one, is that a notepad? If yes, move the file to the notepad folder. So we'll find an if. And again, an if asks a question. If it's true, it will perform the actions inside it. So if I drag an if in here, we will have a condition. So what is our condition? Well, I want to ask if our file name up here, if that ends with txt, xlsx, and docx, then I can sort the files accordingly. Let me show you. So if I find here, I can do it in several ways. One cool way to do it is to find my file here, then click this arrow, scroll a little bit up, because here I can get the extension as a text value. So if I do this, I select, I now have only the extension, and that is, for example, the .txt. Then I can just say, is the extension equal to .txt like this? Then we want to do something. I'll click save. So it will only work on the notepad files now, but we will do the same things with each one of the other files types. So now I will have a move files here, find the file here and drag it in. So what file do I want to move? Well, I want to move the file because we found out that the current file, that one has had the extension txt, then we can move it. So if I click the X here, then I'll take the file. The destination folder, well, that was the folder path, but we want to go inside the notepad. So this will look like this. So the destination folder, well, the first part is indeed the folder path. And then we'll just do backslash. Then I'll say notepad like this. So it will produce a variable called move files. That's fine. We will not use that one for now. So I'll click save. There you go. Now we can ask the same question for each one of the other two file types. And what I'll do here is to find an else like this and pick the one that's named else if. So if I drag this one here, because now we will ask a similar question. We will just say if the file extension is equals to XLSX, that is an Excel file, then we want to move it to the Excel folder. So click the X here. Click the file, the arrow here, scroll a little bit up, take the extension, that is the text value. So again, is the extension equal to .xlsx? That's the name for the Excel files, or the name that the Excel files will end with. So then I can click save. And again, similarly, we will just pick a move files, and I can copy this one here. So if I copy it, go back here, make sure you are on the end, then you can Control V, it will get pasted in just before. But here, since this is Excel files, we will open the move files, delete the notepad and have Excel, just as before. Then we can click save. So finally, we will have another else if. So we only want to look at these three file types. If we dragged in an else, then everything else will go into like the last folder. But this is fine, we will just have an else if. So here again, we can ask, is the file extension equal to, you know the drill, so the file, let me find the file extension here. That one, is that equal to .docx, then it's a Word file. So I click save here. Again, we can just Control C, go down here to the end, paste it in. Change the Excel to Word here. Go in here, have the Word, the Word folder, then click save. Now let's try to run the automation to see that all these files will actually go into the right folders. So I click run. There you go, we are now sorting the files. Let us go back to the folder, open the Word folder, 2 Word files, open the Notepad folder, like 3, 6, 8 Notepad files, Excel files in here. But since we want to do it again, so let me copy them back or just cut them back or just unzip them again and delete this. I'll just move the files to our main folder once more, because we now also want to implement a log. So what we will do here is to create 3 new lists in the beginning. So this one will be the initialization, that will be before the unzip started. So again, I can add comments, drag in the comment in the beginning like this. Here I'll say init started, that will be my initialization starts. I'll copy this again and paste it in and open it, say ended, save. And here I'll have my 3 lists. So find a create new list like this and drag it in. So I'll create a new list that says list, and then let's call it Notepad like this, and then click save. Let me copy it 2 times. So I'll say copy, paste, paste. This one here will be called list Excel, so rename it. Here my file names will go for the logging part, so I'll click save. Again here I'll say list Word like this, and then click save. So this one will go up in my initialization. So now each time I'll sort the files, I will add an item to it. Oh, here I just have a breakpoint. This is just when you run the automation, this will stop here. I will not have it, so I'll untick it. But it's nice when you want to see some features, let your robot pause and inspect what's going on. But I'll untick it. So inside each one of these, I'll add an item to the lists up here. So go over to your actions, find an add item to list, and drag it in beneath each one of the move files. So what item do I want to add? I want to add the file because that is the file name. So click here. into the list. This is the notepad list, so go find it here. Scroll a little bit down, list notepad, then click save. I will do similarly for the Excel ones. So I'll add item, that one will be the file again. This one will be the list Excel, that one is here. Here, then click save. Finally, let's do the same thing for the Word. So I'll add the item to it, be the file, into the list Word, like this, then click save. So now we will sort the file and add each one of these to a list. Those ones, and let me just show you how it looks. It's more easy when we do the robot and then we can see what's going on. So we add steps to it. So now we are iterating through each one of the 15 files. We will finish now. And if I go over here, for example, list notepad, now you can see that we have a list of all the notepad files. This will be perfect for our log. But now again, we need to go to the folder and copy the files, cut them back because we will use them once more. But it's usually a good thing to run your robot over and over when you develop. In that way, you will catch the errors as they appear. But now we have added the items to the list. We saw it works. Now we can create the log. Because we want to have multiple lines in our log, we will use a set variable first. So I'll scroll down. Let me just do a comment, drag it in here, say log started, or create log started if you want to be more specific. I'll copy it, paste it in, open it, I'll say log ended. Then I can click save. So now we will use the set variable because we wanted multiple lines. I'll drag it in here. And we will call this log because that's what it is, like this. So now we just have to say, what do we want in our log? Well, I first want the total files sorted. So I'll say total files sorted, colon, and then a space. Now we will just do some dynamic thing. So I'll find each one of the list and do a count. So what I want to do, I first found the list notepad here, but I will not use this list. So I'll use this arrow, list notepad, take the count, like this. So it will look like this. And then I will just have the three other ones. I'll show you how you add numbers to each other. So if I click the X here, I'll just find a list Excel, then count like this, and I'll find a word, so list word, then that one here, like this. So in order to do variables and add them together, for example, we only need to have the percentage signs in the start and in the end. So I'll delete each one of these, make a space in between them. And instead of the space, we will have a plus, or we will still have a space. That one will be counted as nothing here. So it will be, we will say, add all these three lists, the count of those, add them together, because that one will be our total files sorted. Then I want to say total notepad files sorted. And that one will just be this one up here. Here. Remember to add a percentage sign in the end. I'll say total Excel files sorted, like this. Copy this one here, or find it in your variables manager, but I'll copy it here, paste it in. Remember to have percentage sign in the start and in the end. Finally, total Word files sorted. I'll copy it from up here. Percentage sign in the start, and paste it in. I'll also want each file name that I want to sort. So I'll say something like this, files sorted, like this. And then I'll just pick each one of the lists down here. So I'll find a list or notepad. Again, I'll find a list Excel here. And finally the list Word, like this. So now I have a log. So I'll click save. Then I will write this to a text file. So I'll find a write text to file. Write text to file here. Drag it in beneath the set variable. So the file path, well, that will be my folder path. And then I want to go place it inside the log folder. So what I'll do here is, again, you'll learn a lot about working with files and folders here. I really hope you do it with me. Then I'll say log. And now I can have the file name after another backslash. I'll just call this log.txt. What text do I need to write? Well, I just created a variable for that. That one was called log. So you can find it by clicking the X here. Do like this. We will do nothing else. We'll just override existing content. Fine. Then click save. So now we have our files here. Let's try to run the robot once more. Here we are iterating through each one of the files. You can actually, if we hurry up, we can see the files getting sorted. That's quite satisfying. And we will be creating the log. So if I move inside the log, we can see we have a log text file. Here we have our log. We have 15 files sorted, 852, and each one of the file names that we sorted, we have them here. Perfect. But imagine that this robot runs, it will overwrite this log over and over. So let's create a dynamic log. Again, let me cut out the files to the main dir. You can do the same because we will build an additional step on our robot. So the files out here, let me close the log. What we will do to make a dynamic name, we will use the date because that one changes. It will never be the same. So up in the beginning, in my init started, I will have a get current date, or caps lock. Doesn't matter, get current date and time. So I'll drag that in. This one will just get the current date and time and store it into a current date time variable. I click save. Now I will convert the current date time into a text. So find a convert date time to text and drag it in. So here I will take my current date and time. I'll click the X here, move a little bit up, choose that variable. In the standard formats, again, we can use a lot of prefixed dates, but I want to create my own for the file name. So pick custom. Here I can have some prefixes, for example, 4Ys, that is years, month, that is 2 big M's, days, and I will show you how you can find these. Because then we'll say hours, that will be hours in 24-hour format, minutes and seconds. This one will be a unique text because the time will tick up over and over. We will produce it in the formatted date time variable. That will be the text. We will use that one. So I click save. Before I proceed with this robot, let me show you where you can find it. If you go to Google and then you'll search for .NET custom date time format, like this, pick this one, and in the documentation, scroll a little bit down, you can see the different abbreviations. For example, 2Ds as we used, that will be the day of the month, like this, and 2 big M's, that was the month, and we will use this in our naming for our robot. So let's scroll down. First, let's change our variable. So in the end, I will say robot ran successfully on colon, and then we will use the formatted date time here, like this, and then we'll click save. We'll also use it in the file name. So open up the right text to file here, and just before the log, find the variable again. So formatted date time. Here we're using it in our naming convention. Then I click save. Let's try to run the robot again. We are running it. Let's see it's sorting it. It's so satisfying. So sort, 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 and we will create a log in a few seconds. So here we can open up the log. Now we have a new log. It's the same as before, just with the addition that we now have the time and it's dynamically named. Because when I run the robot again, I can try it even without no files. It will finish quickly, but it will still create a log. That one will be this one. So it is now empty. Fine, we have created a new log, and these logs will just be going in here until we delete them or a robot delete them. Let me show you an addition to this, because we used an if here, but we could use a switch. A switch is great if we have an if with a lot of else if in it. Let me show you. So a switch, it asks a question just like an if, but we can just have multiple cases, that is else if, else if, else if. So I'll drag this on in just above the if. The value to check, that one will be the file.extension. So I'll find it here. To drop down, file.extension, I'll select that one. So here the switch will take a look at this. So, and then we can add cases for it. We can say if the file extension is equal to text, then we want to do something. So if I go in here and I'll find a case, drag it in. So the first case will just be just like before. Is that equal to .txt? I'll click save. So inside this, I will have my two actions. So if I go down here, I copy it because I want to save this for later use. I'll go up here, click the end, paste them in. Now I can disable some of this. This one, disablling this if will give us an error. That is fine for now. And the reason it will give us an error is that we have these else if and the end. So I right click on this one, disable actions. Fine. Now we have sorted the txt. We will add another case for the XLSX. So drag in another case here, just below this txt. So that one will be equal to .xlsx, like this. I click save. Again, I will drag in the two actions here in the XLSX session. So I'll copy it, go up to the end, paste them in. Now I can disable these three actions, like this. And we just need a case for the Word documents. So I drag in this case again. I'll say equal to .docx, like this. And I'll copy in my Word actions. So I'll copy these ones here, go up to the end, paste them in. Now I can also disable these. And since we are not having the end outside the if, we're not having the if anymore, I'll disable this one. So now we have built a switch. It's a bit more easy to look at, and we have the different cases down here. Let me drag out the files again so we see that it works once more. So I'll do this, do this. It's not mandatory that you use a switch instead of an if. It will give a bit more clean look, and it's nice to know that the feature exists. So now I run my robot. Again, we will do it will be the same thing that happens before, just by using the switch instead of the if. So let us just finish this and let's inspect the log. So move, 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 move. Here. For some reason, the Word files didn't get sorted. Why is that? Well, let's move up and find it. Well, we accidentally disabled the actions up here. So I will just mark them and then enable them. This is a common mistake. You'll make a lot of mistakes when building these robots. Even I do. That's fine. Just know how to fix them. And if I run this again, we will of course only have the two Word files here. Those one will go into the Word here. So that one's there. Let's inspect the log again here. So the last log, we only have two files. It works. We also saw it works in corner cases. Here we only sorted the Notepad and the Excel ones. That's because we have disabled the Word actions. When I teach people RPA in general and Microsoft Power Automate for desktop in particular, this is the lesson that will impress them and engage them very much. It's web scraping, and let's click the lesson and see how that is done. Web scraping in Power Automate for desktop is very easy. Let me show you. So I prepared a case for you today, but let me show you how easy it is to do web scraping first, and then we'll move on to the case. So here I'll have my Amazon. This is a very good example page because we have loads of data to extract. This could be any system based on web in your company. So for example, I go to Amazon.com, I click this drop down, books, and then I search for something. Here I will just search for Excel, and then I want to scrape these results out to, for example, an Excel sheet. Let me show you how easy it is. So I go to Power Automate for desktop and create a new flow. I will call this Amazon Web Scrape like this, and then I click create. So here I have a blank canvas in a few seconds. Let me just maximize it here. First, I will have a browser instance, so I'll find a launch new Chrome, or you can pick Firefox or Edge if you prefer. I drag in a launch new Chrome. Usually I want to launch a new instance, but since I already opened up this Amazon Excel, I'll just use this. So if I go back here, so instead of launch new instance, I'll click the drop down, attach to running instance. Here I'll search by title, and if you click this drop down here, you can see my tab results. My tab results I want to scrape is the Amazon.com Excel. I pick that one. This browser instance will get saved in a variable called browser. That is fine. I click save. Now I will do the extraction. So if I go up here in actions again and find a extract data from web page here, make sure you take the one under web data extraction and not the one under data extraction. So I drag this one in. Here I will say web browser instance. That is the browser variable that we just created up here when we launched the new Chrome and attached the tab to this browser instance. To open up the data scraping wizard, simply just open up your browser like this with the results, and now you can see that this live web help opens. Here I can select the elements I can scrape in the entire web page. I can scrape everything, but we want to scrape the structured data here in the results, and that is first the title. If I pick the title, I can see the red border around it, but if I want to get the title, I can also choose the H2 as you can see here, and sometimes you just need to figure out which one you want to use. I think we can go with span, and it's very, very important because we need to tell Power Automate for desktop that we have structured data here. That first, let's say we pick span here, so I'll do that. Right click, extract element value, and take the text here. That one will get it here. You can see this green bordered dots. That means that we scraped this one here. You can also see it in the live helper. And now the important part comes, because I need to tell Power Automate for desktop that this is a pattern. So I pick this title. And here you can see you can also choose between span and H2. And we need to tell Power Automate for desktop that this is structured. So pick the same one as you did up here. I picked span, so I take span again. I right click, extract element value, and take this text. There you go. Now we extracted all the titles down. Wasn't that smart? So far, so good. Now it's very, very easy. I want to take all the authors. And here you can see I can take by, span, and this second author. So I think I need to take the entire line. That will be the div here. So I right click, extract element value again, take the text. Now Power Automate for desktop automatically says, well, you defined a pattern here with the titles. We will just extract the author line automatically for you. We also have a date. We will see how we can delete that one later in this session. Similarly, I also want this first price. I will find the price here. You can see I can take a dollar sign, the dollar, the cents. I want everything, so I'll just mark it. Right click again, extract element value, and take the text here. Now we have that one as well. We will leave it here. I will click finish. And here, if I scroll a little bit down, I can store my data in either a variable or an Excel spreadsheet. For now, we will use the Excel spreadsheet. This will produce an instance called Excel instance. Then I click save. Now we can run it. So if I do this, we will scrape the results from this web page. Here you go. You can see Excel open down here, and we have our results. That's how easy it is to scrape data in Power Automate for desktop. We have a lot of features. We had a lot of things that we can customize, which I want to show you now by this example. So let me close this one down again. That's it. The first task is to look at the case. So I download the example data here. Let me scroll a little bit down on the course material page here. Go in here and download the data, XLSX. That is where our data is. Let me also move this a bit. I'll place my data on the desktop so I can easily find it. Let's open the data and inspect it. Here you go. So this is an Excel book. We have two sheets in it. We have the Anders Jensen org and the topics. I want to read the topics sheet. Here you can see we have a table with one column and several rows. These are the topics to scrape. I want the Excel, SQL, VBA, Java and Python. And for each one of these topics here, I'll go to Amazon. And then instead of Excel, I'll search for SQL like this. And I will scrape the results for SQL. I will have all these results. And later on, as it gets more advanced, I also want results from the next pages. That's it. So let's get started. We will divide this robot in several parts. We will have one part that will initialize the robot. Then we'll have one part that will read these topics and store them so we can easily iterate through them, do Amazon searches here, and finally write it all back to Excel. Don't worry, I'll hold your hand step by step. Just do the operations with me. So here I'll have the topics to scrape. I'll read this column and store them into a data table so I can work with it. Let's close down the Excel sheet here. Let me just maximize the browser again. Go to my robot and also maximize this. So let's delete these two steps. We will add similar steps later in the robot, but let's build it from scratch. So I mark both steps and press delete. We will create an input variable for our working folder. And since I have mine here on my desktop, I just do this, shift right click, go down to copy as path and click it. Now back to my Power Automate for desktop, go over into input output variable, click the plus sign here and click the input. I will call this file path like this. Then in the default value, I'll paste in the value that I just copied. That is this one. But I'll only use the folder. So I'll do this. I'll delete the end and the quotation mark in the beginning since we don't need that in Power Automate for desktop. I'll just copy this file path as the external name as well. And then I click create. This is great when we want to reuse this or say this changes. Like I move this folder to a new computer. Now build a robot. So I'll do a little bit of commenting because this will be a little bit longer robot, so I'll make a great overview. You could also create subflows, which is a more advanced term, but I just recommend sticking with comments for now. So here I'll have the comment. I'll say initialize started. So here I'll just have my initialization steps. Similarly, I will just copy this, then paste it in, change this started to ended. So all my initialization steps will go in here. First, we will just launch the Excel sheet that we want to store the results in. So go here and then find a launch Excel and drag it in. Here I will just store it into a blank document. That's fine. Our instance will not be visible. And here we can see that the variables produced is called Excel instance. Because we will have two Excel books, we will have one for the topics that we will read, and then we will have another Excel book / instance that we will write the results back to. We will do proper naming so we can easily differentiate it, which one is which. So here I'll say Excel instance result like this, and then I click save. So nothing really happens here. We just open up an Excel instance for the results. Now let's read the topics. Similarly, I'll find a new comment for this reading topics started. So I drag this one in. Here I'll say reading topics started like this. Again, I'm lazy. I copy it, paste it back here. Open it and then just say ended like this. So now we can read our topics. And how do we do that? We launch another Excel instance. So let me show you here. So I'll find a Lawrence Excel and drag it in. And now we don't want to open up a blank document, but we want to read the document that we just copied in on our desktop. So if I click this drop down here and open the following document, since we already have a lot of the document here in our file path variable, I'll use that. So click the X here, find the file path, double click it like this. Now we just need to fill in what the name of our Excel book is named. So I go here, \data XLSX. You should do the same if your file is named the same. That is, if you haven't edited before you downloaded it, or after you downloaded it. Our instance, not visible. We don't want to see what's going on while the robot works. It might be fun in the beginning, but then it gets a little bit boring. We will just open it as read only because the topics, we will not write anything back to the topics. That's it. Then I can click save. Now we want to do a little bit of robustness to our robot. So let me minimize this and open up our data. Because the robot will read the active sheets, well, it's fine here. But if this one is active, then we have a problem. Then we will open that and try to read the topics from here, find the column. It's not there, our robot will fail. So we will make sure that the robot will read this sheet every time this is active. Of course, we can do it if we manually close it down on this one here. But say that we forget it, or our colleague have this Excel book open and accidentally close it down here. So we just specify that the active workbook sheet should be topics. Let me show you. So I go back to Power Automate for desktop. Then I'll find a set active Excel worksheet. Drag it in here after the Lawrence Excel. So the Excel instance that we want to look in, that is this Excel instance. And we haven't renamed it yet. That is fine. I will show you how we can rename two occurrences at the same time. So I'll just pick the Excel instance again here. I'll activate the worksheet with the name. And I'll just paste in the name of it, that is topics. I click save. Now we have an Excel book, that is this one here, that is name Excel instance, but we want to do the same naming convention as up here. We could change it in this activity and this activity, but we can go over here and either press F2 or right click, choose rename, and then we can just start writing. I will say Excel instance topics. There you go. It is automatically getting updated in both activities. When we read Excel sheets in Power Automate for desktop, we need a range definition. And that is, let me show you, we need Power Automate to understand that we have Excel data in this range, and we do it with the get first three column row activity. And that one will find the first three column. That one is this one here. And then we can just subtract one from it. Then we'll end over here. Of course, we only have one column here, but we cannot know. Similarly, we don't know how many rows we got. We can easily just add more topics. So we will find the first three row, which is 7, and then we'll subtract one from it. Let me show you. So I go back to my Power Automate for desktop, get first three, that one went a little bit fast. Make sure you take the get first three column row and not this one up here. I repeat, make sure you take this one here. They look quite similar, but they don't do exactly the same thing. Drag it underneath the set active worksheet. Here I need to pick an Excel instance. And now it's great that we can easily differentiate between these two. I can just pick the topics. That one is this one here. These two produce two variables. Those are the variables that I talked about before. I'll say first three column, and let me just rename this. So I'll say topics. Again, I'll go in here and say topics. Then I can click save. And let me show you. So if I just close this one down, let's try to run the robot. We only open up the two Excel instances, and then we set the active worksheet and get the first three column and row. Here you can see that we have the column number 2, that is fine, that is the first three one, and similarly number 7, that is the first three row. Now we will read from the Excel worksheet. We need to read the topics. So I click the X here, and I'll find a read from Excel worksheet and drag it in here. Here I'll pick my Excel instance. Again, it's the Excel instance topics. That's it. Here I want to retrieve the value of a single cell, or I will take the value from a range of cells. Again, take the range of cells. That is all the topics. The start column, we know that. That is the column A. You can also write in 1, that's up to you. I prefer A since that is the notation we use in Excel, so I don't confuse myself. The start row, that is 1, and now I will take advantage of the 2 variables that I produced. So I click the X here, because the end column, that is the first 3 column topics. So I double click that, -1. Again, I just go in here, say -1. So we found the first 3 column, and then we subtract 1 for it. That is the range of our data. Similarly with the row, just click the X here. First 3 row topics, take this one here, and again, say -1. Then we scroll a little bit down. Go into advanced. I always recommend going into advanced, and here you can see that we have first line of range contain column names. We have column names, that was the topics to scrape description in the start, so I just take this one here. Now our variables produced is called Excel data. Again, similarly, let's rename it so we know what's going on. This one will be the Excel data, topics, like this. Then I can click save. We can close this Excel instance down again. We will not use it anymore. We have our data in Excel data topics. So I'll go over here and find and close Excel here, drag it underneath here. So the Excel instance to close, that is the Excel instance topics. We will not be saving it. And really, we can't because we open it as read only up here. So that is fine. I click save. Let's try to run our automation, but before we do that, let's just save it so we'll make sure that if something happens, we still have this one going on for us. Then we can click run. So again, we just read the Excel data. That's the thing that we do here. And then we come to the data scraping. So if I go up here in Excel data topics, double click here. Now you can see that we have our data that we want to search for. So I can now search for Excel, SQL, VBA, Java, Python, and this is the header. If we wanted to refer to one of these data rows in the data table, then the first one will be 0, it's 0 indexed. Then the second one will be 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how it is in programming. You just get used to it. So then I can click close here. Now we are ready to do the actual scraping. The first thing that we will do is to open up an Excel instance and go to amazon.com. That is this address up here, because we want to navigate to this page and do the search by the robot. So let me minimize this again. So up here in the initialization, I will find a launch new Chrome, just as we had before. So this one is done in the initialization. I will launch a new instance. We will not attach it to a running instance anymore. We will launch a new instance. Then I'll just paste in my URL here. That is the amazon.com. And we will produce a browser variable. This one will be the only browser we have, so it's fine that we have it as a browser name. Then I can click save. So now we move to the end, because now the scraping will start. Let's do some commenting so we can easily get back to this workflow whenever we want. I drag in the comment. Here I will say scraping started, like this. And I will say scraping ended. Let me drag this one in. I could also copy it like we did before. Scraping ended, like this. First thing that we will do is to find out which topic do we want to search for, because we have opened up the Amazon. Let me just go to Amazon here. We have opened up the Amazon. Then we want to navigate to books and do a search. And we actually know what we're going to search for because we stored that one here in the Excel instance topics, or in the Excel data topics up here. You can see we want to search for Excel first, then SQL, VBA, Java, and Python. So we find a for each, so we can iterate through this data table and do the searches. So I'll drag in a for each here. So the value to iterate, that is the Excel data topics up here. I click the X here, take the Excel data topics. So every time we move over the data table, that is, we iterate through the data table, then the current row, that will be current item. That will just be a name for reference. We can just change it. So I want to change it to topic. I can either do this, like this. We can actually also delete this percentage sign. Power Automate for Desktop will automatically add it because this is a variable field. Then I can click Save. So now we're iterating through each one of the Excel topics, and we call the current topic for topic. That one is this one. So first we have moved to the Amazon.com. We're here. Then we want to go to the books session, which is here. Let me just go back to the all departments again, because we want to do the search in books only. So then we find a set drop-down list on web page. So I'll say set drop-down list, and make sure you take the web form filling here. Then we drag it into the for each. The browser instance, that is browser, fine. Now we need a UI element for this drop-down. So click this drop-down here, take the add UI element, and now we can find it. Let me move this with the UI picker. And this one is a little bit bigger, but that is this one here. So I press Control, click with the mouse. Now I have my drop-down. So I'll not clear all options. I'll take the select options by name, and then I'll say books. I want to look in the books session. Then I can click Save. Let's just give our UI element a proper name. So if I go over here to UI elements, you can see we have the select all departments. I prefer to have my naming clean. So I right click, rename, and I'll say department drop down, like this. This is just for naming purposes. It's easy to see what this UI element is, nothing else. Then I can go back to my robot. Because now I have selected the books, I can do the search for the topic. So if I go up here, and I'll say populate text field on web page, drag it in here. So if I go back here, so I am in my books. And now I want to write something in here in this field. Back to Power Automate for Desktop. We will create a UI element for the text field. So click the drop down here, then say add UI element. And here you can see it says input text, Control, click with the mouse. There you go, we have a UI element. We will now define what we want into the search field. Well, we just want this topic here. So we're referring to this data row. So that is, I click the X here, take the topic. And since there could be more columns in this data row, I just want to make sure that we pick the topics to scrape. So I go in here, then I'll say hard brackets, single quotation marks, and then I type in the header of my Excel table. We only have one column in here, but as I said, we could have more. So I'll say topics to scrape, like this. So this means that we will look in the topic row that we're iterating through here. That one will be Excel, SQL, blah, blah, blah. And then we will say, give me whatever it's in the cell of the topics to scrape column. Then we will populate that into the text field. Then I can click Save. Finally, when we have written something in here, let's say, for example, Excel, I want to click this button over here. So we add a new UI element for that in our click link on web page, this one here, drag it down here. We will go into the browser, click the drop down, you know the drill, add UI element. Find this search one here, Control and click it. We will just do a left click, that is fine, I click Save. Now let's just rename these two. I'll press F2 and here I'll say input field, and here that is the search button, again F2, so I'll just say search button. I do this only because I want to easily differentiate it. I can also see this picture down here, but then it's easy to maintain in the future. So now we're just searching for the topics. The actual scraping has not begun yet, but let's see if this one works. So I'll do all the searches, not in this one, but in a new instance. Let me go back to Power Automate for desktop and start the automation. Let's see if it works. We can easily debug. Now we open up Amazon here. We are setting it to books, Excel. We click the search one. These ones are the result, books, SQL. It looks like it worked. Now we can iterate through each one of the topics and come to the data that we want to scrape. This is very important in web scraping because we want to make sure that we are on the right page. One other thing that we can do to make it more robust. Usually, as you saw it here, we just did the searches, so we just cleaned this field and then typed in the next one. Usually what we want to do is to navigate to amazon.com after each search, and we will do this books, blah, 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 in each one of them. Then we will know that each time we do something, then we are at the same page. Nothing or little can go wrong. We saw it's not the problem here, but it can be. So find a go-to web page like this, drag it inside the for each. So for each topic, we will go to a URL. So I'll say https amazon.com. This is just to make it more robust. Similarly, when we automate in applications, we also want to move to the start page each time, or at least the same page. This is to make sure that we start at the same place for each transaction, which is topic in this place. So I just click save here. So before we scrape, then for each one of these topics, we will add a new worksheet into our Excel instance result up here. That is, we want to have a separate Excel sheet for each one of the scrapings. That is Excel, secret, and all that. So I'll find a add new worksheet here and just drag it in the start of the for each. So I add a new worksheet. The instance we want to target, that is the result, and the worksheet name. The worksheet name will be named the same one as the topics here. So I'll click the X here and I'll say topic. Do I want to store it as first or last? I want to store it as last, and then I click save. So now I have a new active worksheet called topic that I want to store my result in. So now let's do the actual scraping that we saw before. So I'll find an extract data here and take the one on the web data extraction, that is the web extract data from web page. So now we have done the search, we can do the extraction. To make this work, as you remembered, we need to bring up a result page, and here I don't have the results, so let me do it manually. If your robot has ran, you can just do it like this. You need to have the results and you need to be in the books department. So now I can say again, just as we did in the beginning, I'll take the span of this title, right click, extract element value, and take this text. That one took the first title. Similarly down here, I'll right click, extract element value, and take the next one. So now I have all the titles, then I need the authors. Again, I'll take this div. I know I get the by, and then Michael Alexander, and then I get the date with me as well. I'll deal with that later. So let me right click here, extract element value, and take the next one. So now we have the author as well. Then we can just have these prices here. I'll take this one here and have the prices. So now we easily extract all our data that we wanted. We can just click finish. So we are scraping from the browser instance. We have a timeout of 60, that is fine. The variables produced, let's just rename that to Amazon results. So I'll do this. I'll say Amazon results like this, and then I click save. So now we have extracted the result. Then for each one of these extractions, we will write it back to our Excel instance result because we created a new sheet with the right topic name. And to do so, I'll just find a write to Excel worksheet, take it down here. We're writing out the result now. So the Excel instance, that is the Excel instance result. What value do we want to write? I want to write the Amazon results. So I click the X here, go up here, Amazon results. I will say, where do I want to write it? That is the first cell, that is on the specified cell. So here I will say column, that is column A, and the row 1. So that is in the beginning of it. Then I click save. So now I'll just close it and make sure that I save it under the right name. So in the end, find a close Excel, drag it down here in the after the scraping ended. So I will close down the Excel instance result. Then I want to save it. So I want to save this document as, and I have the file path up here. So I'll choose the file path. That is the file path for my data. It's here. Then I'll say backslash, and I can just say results.xlsx like this. Then I can click save. So now let's try to run the automation. I can close down this one Amazon here so we don't have a lot of things going on. Then I run the automation. So now it will take a little bit more because now we will do 5 searches and we will scrape each one of the results back to our Excel result book. So we are scraping the we are doing the searches. We can't really see if we are scraping the results, but we are. Trust me, I'll show you that in a few seconds. That's it. Let's go to our desktop and open up the results. Here you can see we now have 5 nice scrapings. That's how easy it is to do multiple scraping. But we need something more. We need headers of each one of these. So we have a title, an author, a price. Then we want to scrape the first 3 pages. This is only the first page. And finally, you can see here we have this by Eric Matthews, then this one here, and then May the 3rd. So we only want the author. Let's fix these things one by one. The first thing I want to do is to have headers on. We could have done it in data scraping, but since this will be a little bit more advanced, we will have 3 pages. We will do it in a variable. So first I will go back to my Amazon web scrape here. And then right after I added a new worksheet, I'll find a set variable here, drag it in. So this is just to show you how easy it is to add a data row to a data table. This is also very important. So up here, I'll give it a name. I'll just say headers result like this, and then the value. So to add a data row, then we will do the percentage sign. I can do some spaces in between. Nothing will happen with the spaces. It's just easier to read. Then I'll have the curly brackets like this. Then I have the hard brackets. That is in the end and the start and in the end. So again, I'll have the hard brackets and the curly brackets here. So now I can write my data. The first one, that was the title. So in single quotation marks, I will say title. Then I'll say comma. Similarly, I will say author in single quotation marks, then another comma. Then I'll have the price like this. Then we can click save. So now we have a variable with this. Let's add it to our Excel sheet here. So I find a right to Excel worksheet again, drag it after the set variable. So the Excel instance that we want to target, that is still this Excel instance result. So I'll pick that one here. And since we just added this topic sheet, this is the active one. That is fine. We will add headers to each one of these. So here I'll say value to write. I will have the headers result. That one is this one here. Then I'll just write it in column A, row 1. I'll click save. So now we have headers on, but we don't want to overwrite it down here. So what we do here before we write to it, we find the first 3 row and column in this Excel instance result again here. So we know where to write. Let me show you. So I'll find a get first 3 row column here, drag it underneath here. And this is again the Excel instance result. And here, first 3 column, and then we'll say results like this, first 3 row results. Again, we do this because we want to easily see what's going on. And now here, so we are writing these Amazon results back, but since we already have something in the first row, we could of course write number 2 here, but we will use this get first free column in a little while, so that's why we use it. Go in here. So instead of picking the row 1, delete that. And now we will simply just write out the scraped results into the first 3 row. So if I go down to this X here, I'll find the first 3 row in the results, that is this one here. So now we will just write in the first 3 row, and we only have 1 row in here. So that's what I said, we could have written in 2 here, but we will use this approach in a little while. You'll see why it comes very handy. So now I will close this results sheet again, then I'll run my automation. So we're doing the exact same thing as before. Now we're just adding headers to our result. So we are scraping the results, we're writing it back, and we will see that we have added nice headers in a few seconds. So SQL, one of my favorites, also a good one to learn as an RPA developer. VBA, also great because we can automate Excel. Java, well, we don't use that a lot as RPA developers, so I cannot recommend that. At least for the books to read, it's always nice to know a little bit of coding. Python is great when we want to do scripting. So let me go back here. Now we inspect the results. So now we have title, author, price, and we have it for each one of these here. So now we fixed that problem. Now I will scrape the first 3 pages. So what I'll do here, let me close down the result. So for each one of these results, I'll scrape the first page. Then I will click the next button, scrape the next one, and so forth, just for the 3 ones here. So I'll have a loop. That is, I will have a loop that will run 3 times and extract the things. So if I go back to Power Automate for desktop, let's talk about where we want the loop. Well, we only want to do the search once. That is, here we click the link, then we do the search. Then we want this, extract data from web page, then we want to extract it. Then we want to write the results to Excel. Now here we will have a click next button, and then we will go up here, extract the new results. And now this comes in handy because now we know where to write it. We actually already solved for that one. So we will store the new results in Amazon results. Then we know where we want to write them. That is 18 rows below or something similar. We will write it, click the next button. So let's solve it together. Find a loop, and you will just have the ordinary loop, not the loop condition, but the loop. Drag in the loop right after the click link on web page. You can see it here. We want to start the loop from 1. We will end at 3. So that is 1, 2, 3. We want to increment it with 1. Then I can click save. Now we just need to drag in the extract data from web page into the loop, the get first 3 column row, write to Excel worksheet, and we will have a click link on web page here. So I'll find a click link on web page and drag it in. Make sure you are in the loop. So here I'll add a UI element for the next button. That will be this one here. So I go back here, click the drop down, add UI element. Here I will find the next one here. I can pick this one or this one. I'll just take this one. So I'll say Control, click with the button. Now we have that link. Let us click save. So one thing that we will do is to go to the UI elements and see if we have done it right. Here we have an anchor called next. First, I'll just rename it. So right click, rename, then say next. We can also inspect the HTML behind it. So if I double click here, you can see that this is the address of the UI element of the next button. All this. We don't want to change nothing if it works, but if it doesn't work, we'll go back here and fix it. So now I can just go outside. We have it here. Let me close down these results again and start our automation. So now we should get 3 pages with results in our Excel book. I run it again. So we launch just as before. We launch the new Chrome, we read the topics, we now do the searches. Now it will take a little bit longer because we will do the Excel, then we will extract it, go to the next page, then extract that. You can see up in the address bar that we are on page 3 now, page 4. Then we will have the SQL. We will also do the results from that one. Do here, VBA. So we will only do the 3. That is because we click the link on the web page in the end, so we will not scrape the last one. So we will get the first 3 pages, even though that we navigate to the 4th. That's it. Let us go back and inspect the results. There you go. We have now 48 results from each one of the topics. Wasn't that easy? Now we could do a little bit of dynamic naming. That is, we don't want to call it results because that will result in the results will get overwritten from time to time. Let me close this one here. So I will go back to Power Automate for desktop. And then in the initialization, I will have a get current date and time because I want to use this in the naming of it, because I know that the current date and time, if I go down to seconds or milliseconds, that is quite unique. It will not get overwritten. So I'll use this one here, get current date and time. I'll find it up here in the initialization. Here I will get current date and time and store it in current date time. Fine, I'll click save. Then I will convert this to a text. So I'll find a convert date time to text here and drag it here. This is so I can use it in my file naming just below. So the date time to convert, that is the current date time. So I click here and I scroll a little bit up. I'll say current date time. The format to use, I will use a custom format. I can choose these one under standard, but I want to customize it. So I'll say custom. Here I will say, first I want the year, that is 4 Ys. I'll come back to this code in a few seconds. Then I want the month, that is 2 Ms. I want to have the day, 2 days. Then I want the hours, that is 2 H. Or if I want it in 24-hour format, I will take 2 big H's, like this. Then I want the minute and the seconds. I don't think my robot will run during second intervals, so I will just have it here, but you can add milliseconds if we want. These ones are very easy to understand if you know what's going on, and you can probably also see it just by looking at it. But if you want to know more, you can go to Google and then you can search for .NET custom date time format like this, and pick this one here and scroll a little bit down, because these ones here, like the 2 Ds, that is the day of the month in this format 01. If we only have written a single D, then it will have look like this with the first 9 dates of the months. Similarly, you can scroll down. Here are the month and so forth. Play a little bit around it. This is important. You'll use this page a few times in the beginning at least until you start remembering these codes. It's very easy, don't worry. So now I have my formatted date time. I click save here. Then I go down. So now I will use this formatted date time in my save the Excel document as. So if I go in here, then right before the results, I'll put in the date. So I'll say X here. Then I will say formatted date time. That one is here. Double click. Now you can see this variable is right before the results. Then I can click save. Now let's try to run the automation. Again, we will do the same thing. The only thing that we changed here is the current date and time. We will use that as a name for our results. I'll fast forward this so you don't have to look at it again. We are done. And let me minimize this again, this page here. Now you can see that we have a new Excel book with all our results. Nothing has changed. It's just the naming. So we don't overwrite any results. We want a full report from each time the robot runs. Finally, we want to solve this. This is not very nice to look at, and we can solve it in different ways, but I want to show you how you can solve it in the data scraping wizard. This is one by Eric Matthews. We only want Eric Matthews here. So let me copy this one here first. Then I'll go back to my browser. You should now go to RegEx 101. RegEx, that is a series of characters that defines a search pattern. We will use it here. It's advanced, but it's not complicated, and I want to introduce you to it here in the end of this lesson, since this is a very important concept in RPA development. You will use this a lot. Just follow me. So go to regex101.com. So here's my test string. That is this Eric Matthews. I want to define a pattern that only takes this Eric Matthews out. And I can do these patterns up here. The first thing I'll do is to look after the by, and then I'll pick everything up. So what I'll do here is have a parentheses, then a question mark, then this one here, then an equal sign, and a parentheses end. So now I haven't really defined what I want to look behind. You can also see a little guide here if you want to know what's going on. So if I go in here, I now want to say I want to look behind the by. So after the equal sign, I'll say by. Now you can see that I look behind the by this purple one here. Then I'll say space. Right now I don't pick nothing up. I'll just say where I want to start. So if I jump outside the parentheses, then I'll have a dot. That means that I can have any character. Now I'm picking up things. Then I'll say a star. That means I'll pick everything up right after the by. But I only want to pick up the author, so I want to stop here. And the way I can do this is similar to the first one. So a parentheses, then a quotation marks, now only an equal sign, parentheses end. Inside this, after the equal sign, I'll say, I want this, I'm not sure what it's called, this one in English. English is not my first language, so I want this one here. And then to escape it, because this actually means something in RegEx, then I will have a backslash like this. That's it. And I also want to remove the two spaces. So I go over here and have the two spaces. Now this is an irregular expression, but let me just move a little bit ahead. This one will work here, as you can see, but if I jump to the second one, you can see that we now have two ones here. Let's see that if it also works here. So if I paste it in here, it does. It takes the author here as well. And let me just show you where it doesn't work. If I go down here to Francois Cholet, copy this one here, paste it in here, we are not picking it up. That is because we only have one space after the author. We could trim it in Power Automate Desktop, or we could make an OR. So if I just make a parenthesis around my first expression here, then I'll have this one here. And now this actually means an OR. So now I can do another expression. So I can say, look here or here. And if I just mark everything here, copy it and paste it after the OR sign. So now I'll just remove one of these spaces, and now I will also pick up the second author. So I'll use this pattern for now. This is just an introduction to see how you can use RegEx in the extraction wizard. It's very advanced, but it will be very helpful that you just got introduced to it. Now you know that it exists. We can also use it to extract emails. We can extract every string that we want with these patterns. It's not that complicated, and let me show you how we'll incorporate it. So you need to have an Amazon result page open like this. Then I go back to my Power Automate for desktop. I open up the extract data from web page here. Now the wizard will open in a few seconds when I open up the results here. If I go to the advanced settings, here you can see the CSS selector for each one of the extractions. So the first one, that was the title. Then we had the author with the date and the CSS selector here. Here you can see something called RegEx. Bingo. So if I go over here, just paste in my RegEx pattern, I click OK. You can already see that we have the nice author down here. So if I click finish here, I'll click save. I can run my automation. Let me close down this one. We don't really need it. Then I can click run. This regex pattern, we could refine it even more to make it 100% robust. But this was just an introduction, so you can see how easy it is to fill with regex here in Power Automate for Desktop, this time in the extraction wizard. There you go. Let's just inspect the results again. So these one are the latest ones. Here you have them, and we have nice authors. We have it without dates or by with anything. We have it nicely formatted. In this lesson, you learned about advanced web scraping. We saw how we could do dynamic scraping. We saw how we can use regex, and we did some advanced Excel work. The final lesson is actually a test RPA companies use when they want to hire you. It will take you through a lot of important concepts. So let me hold your hand and let's build it together. Click the RPA challenge lesson. Let's solve the RPA challenge in Microsoft Power Automate for Desktop. You will learn to do advanced browser automation, selector work, and working with data from Excel. Let's get started. So you go to rpachallenge.com. This will give you this page. First, we will need to download the data. So go down here and click Download Excel. This will download an Excel sheet. And let me do this. Drag it over here. And I place the Excel sheet on my desktop. I make it easily accessible, but you can place your Excel sheet whenever you want. So I double click and open it. This is my data. So we have 7 columns: first name, last name, company name, role in company, address, email, and phone number. The first row is a header, and then we have the data records. So we have one record here, that is John Smith and company name, blah, blah, blah. Then we have Jane, Albert, Michael, and so forth. The RPA challenge is, let me show you again at the rpachallenge.com page, is that we for each one of the rows needs to fill in the data here. For example, John, and I don't need to write the other things. So I write the other things and then I click submit. Then the next one, that could be Jane, and of course her data. Click submit, and we will do it for each one of these rows. So we click submit 10 times with all the data, and you can see the challenge here. That is that the fields are moving. This mimics, of course this is extreme, but this mimics a challenge that we face as RPA developers. So we will solve that. This is all about getting 100% accuracy. That means that we get the right data in each one of these fields, and we get it as fast as possible. Later on, we will speed hack it, so to say. So I'll show you a much faster solution, and I'll teach you about how we can reuse coding blocks. But let's get started. Our first task is to go to Power Automate for Desktop and create a new flow. So I click New Flow. Here I will call mine RPA Challenge Demo and click Create. This will open up a brand new Microsoft Power Automate for Desktop canvas. Here it is. So this is our blank robot. The first mission, that is to read this Excel sheet. So let me close it down. And I'll go grab the path. So I minimize all these, and then I shift right click on the file. I repeat, shift right click on the file, copy as path. Then I go back to my workflow. The first thing that we'll do is to launch Excel. So I'll find a launch Excel and drag it in. This one will open up my Excel book and launch Excel. So instead of launching Excel with blank document, I'll open the following document. Here I can paste in the path. I could also have clicked the select file and found it if I wanted that way. So I paste it in here. Remember to move the quotation marks. So we'll do like this. Make instance visible. Do we want to have Excel open each time our robot runs and then close it down when the robot finished? There's no really need for that. We will not change the data in this Excel sheet. We will only read from it and then we will type it into the browser. So I'll untick this. We can also open it as read only because we will only read from it. We will not need to edit anything. So I can just open as read only. Then I click save. So right now we open an Excel sheet. One feature, or should I call it an annoying feature in Power Automate for desktop, is that if we don't close our Excel sheets in the robot flow, then it will get locked for editing for future as long as we haven't rebooted or forced killed it. So I'll find a close Excel like this and drag it in. Here I will just close the Excel instance variable. And I click save here. Let me just show you how this got created. Up here in the launch Excel, we created a variable called Excel instance. That is, we opened this Excel sheet here and saved the instance in Excel instance. So that is the one we're using down here when we're closing it. We are not saving anything because we don't edit the document. We cannot since it's read only, but we don't need to. So I click save. So right now we're just launching and then we're closing again. Let me just open the Excel sheet again and talk about the strategy. In Power Automate for desktop, when we read a range, we will say start from A1, I'll show you in a bit, and then we'll need to figure out where we want to read. So we can see it, we want to read to here, that is here. So we need to tell Power Automate for desktop where our data end, that is the end column and the end row. We will use an action called get first free row and column. That will get us this row here and this column, since this is the first free with no data in, and this row here is the first free with no data. And the technique here, the trick is that we can just -1 from this, then we'll end up here. We can -1 from here, then we'll end here, and we will read the exact range. Let me show you. So I close down this again and go back to my workflow. So as I said, I'll find a get first free column and row. So I'll find a get first free column row here and drag it in. It's important that we drag it in between the launch and close. So do that. This will do nothing but reading from the Excel instance, that was this one up here, and produce two variables. So these are numbers. That is the first free column and the first free row. We can click save. Let's test our workflow by clicking run. So I'm launching Excel. I'll get the first free row column from the Excel worksheet and then I'm closing it. And if we go over here, we can clearly see that something is wrong. That is, the first free column is number 9 and then the first free row will be 1001. What happened? Well, let's open the Excel sheet and look another time. This is a very important exercise. So we'll see that we need proper data quality when we feed our robot. The issue here is that the first free column is 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 it says. And that is because this column here, you can see that it's wider than the other free ones here. So probably some data used to be in here, and that's why it's reading that the first free column is number 9 out here. This is not a problem here since we really don't need to use it, but it will be a problem that we have 1001 rows. So the way we'll fix it is that you'll go over here to 12, click it, press Control, Shift and a down arrow that will mark it. Now you go right click, click delete. This will delete the rows. We don't really need to delete. You can do it if you want. It's not necessary. So we'll click save again. Then we'll close the Excel sheet. Now let's try to run it. So I click run and see if I have fixed the first free row issue. There you go. The first free row is now number 12. And let me open up the Excel sheet again. That is right. You can see here the first free row is indeed number 12. So I'll close it. Now we will read the Excel sheet with a read from Excel worksheet. So read from Excel worksheet, drag it in underneath the get first free column and row. We will read the Excel instance, fine. Then we want to retrieve not the value of a single cell, but value from a range of cells. So pick that one. Start column, well, that was A, that is fine. The start row, that is 1. Then the end column. I will just read the first 3 columns. I haven't fixed it, it's not really an issue, we'll just read a blank column, but if you have fixed it, you will have 8 here. But we will use the variable. So this is the variable that is called the first 3 column, and this have a value in it. So if I click the X here, then I'll pick the first 3 column. Since this is the first 3 column, I will say -1, that's where my data is. Similarly, in the end row, I'll click the X here, first 3 row, and then I'll go inside it and say -1. So I'll pick the row right before the first 3 row, that is where my data is. Open up advanced, I always recommend you doing so. Tick the first line of range contains column names, like this. That is, we have headers, you saw it, first name, last name, company name, blah, blah, blah. That's right. If I scroll a little bit down, you can see that the variables produced is Excel data. This is a data table. So if I click save here, let's test the workflow again. So I click run. There you go. Now we can go over here and inspect the Excel data variable. So if I double click over here, there you go, we have our data. We have this first 3 column out here, or it's not really the first 3 column, but it's a column with nothing in. That's fine, we will not use it. But it was very important that we limited the actual data rows down here. So there is our last one. One thing to notice as well is that you can see the type is data table, that is fine. And then there's these numbers. This is the number of the data row. And these ones are 0 indexed. That means that the first one is 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is a common way to represent data in programming, that we have the first item as 0, then 1, 2, 3. It can be a little bit confusing because in Excel it's 1, but you know what it is. This is not something that we'll need in this exercise, but it's nice to know for future use. So then I click close. Now we can open up a browser. So we read the data correct, and let me just maximize this. Go to our challenge, which is here. So the challenge now is that we read the data. Then we want to click start. We will wait a bit with that. We'll just practice here. But what we will do is that for each row, we will fill in the right fields. So for example, first name, last name, so forth. Let's solve that. So I go back to Power Automate Desktop and then find a launch Chrome. I will take Chrome. You can feel free to take the Microsoft Edge or Firefox as long as you don't take the Internet Explorer. That one is outdated. Be sure to have installed the browser extension of your preferred browser that you want to use. Now drag in a launch new Chrome in the beginning of the workflow. So here we will just open up the browser. We will launch a new instance and then we'll choose a URL. The URL we want to open is this RPA challenge. So I'll copy this one here, go back to Power Automate for Desktop and paste in the URL. This browser will be referred to as browser. This is a variable for the browser. So I'll click save. So now we just open up the Chrome. To iterate through each one of these Excel data rows over here. So we want to first take the John, then fill in the data here, then take Jane and so forth. We'll find a for each here and drag in the for each right after the Excel read from Excel worksheet. So value to iterate. We want to iterate our data table called Excel data. So click the X here, double click the Excel data, that one will choose it. So each one of the rows will be taken one by one, and we will call that current row for current item. Feel free to change it. I'll just leave it with current item. That is fine for now. Then I'll click save. So we'll iterate through each one of the rows of the Excel data, and now we can do something to it. And let's just pick the first name first. So I'll go here and then I'll fill in the first name. I want to do it, and let me open up my example data again. Here. So I want to take from this column, I want to take John, then I want to take Jane and so forth. So the column name that is called first name, I'll copy this one here. Then I will go back to Power Automate for Desktop. Now I'll find a populate text field. So search for populate text field. Pick the one that says on web page, not this one here. So web form filling, populate text field. Drag it in inside the for each. It's very important where you drag and drop your activities because this will be the order that our robot will perform them in. So we will be using our browser instance. That is fine. Then we'll have our UI element. So if I click the drop down here, I can add the UI element. This will open up this. Now I just need to have my browser open where my RPA challenge is. And you can see that I can select different parts of the browsers. This is the UI elements. That is like text, like fields, buttons. I can even select things that we can do really nothing in, but there's still elements in this browser. I want to target the first name. So if I go over here, press Ctrl N, left click with the mouse, that one will create a UI element of the first name. Now I just need to say, what do I want to type in? Well, I want to type something in from the current item. That is the current row that we are taking. So first will be the first row, then the second, and so forth. To target that one, click the X here, and then find the current item. That's it. This one will take the whole row, the entire row. So I only want the first name. That one will be the first column. So I do this. I'll say hard brackets. Then I'll say single quotation marks. I'll paste in my first name, single quotation marks, and hard bracket end. So this is the correct text. We'll still need to do a little operation with UI element, but I will show you. So when I click save here, I can find the UI element that I created. That was the first name field. I can find it by clicking this stack of, it looks like papers over here. So if I click here, we can see that it gave the UI element a very weird name. This is actually the UI element that we're using over here. So the first thing that we can do is that we can hover our mouse over here, either press F2 or right click, rename. I will rename it to first name field. Always rename your UI elements so that we can easily identify them. I click enter. Then I will just have a submit, because first we will see that this solution works, and then we will fix all the other fields. And hint, hint, this will not work, but we will learn how to deal with it. That is the part of this challenge. So if I search for a click here, I'll pick the click link on web page, because after each filling in, we need to click the submit. So after we filled all these in, we will just do the first name first, but then we will click the submit, 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 and so forth. So I want to find the submit button. So if I go back here, I'll add a new UI element, which is the submit button. So click this drop down, add UI element, find the submit button, you can see it here, press the control button, left click with your mouse. We have now created the submit button. I'll click save. This one got a little bit better name, but I like to rename the things. It is best practice. Imagine that you come back, or even worse, your colleague come back to this robot and want to maintain it. Then it would be hard if we haven't done proper naming. So always name your UI elements and also your variables and activities well. So I'll choose rename again, and here I'll say submit button like this. Now let's test the workflow. So if I just close this one down here and then I run it. We open up the RPA challenge, we read the Excel data, and now we have a problem. This one will not work, and this is a part of the challenge. We need to fix it. And let's see what's happened. So if I go back here, so we got an error here. We couldn't find the first field. You can see that this error here gave us an error that the selector for this idea was not found. It's also stating down here. And then the robot stops right here. So let's go fix it. So click the UI elements out here. Now we need to inspect the first name field, because that was this one. So if I open the first name field and then I double click it again, here I have my selector. It's called input ID equals something. We can either build up the selector tree here, or as I recommend, we will learn to do it manually. You will grow as an RPA developer, and it's very, very easy. Let's first talk about why this was wrong. And that is, I go back to my browser with the RPA challenge again. Let's pick this one here. And to inspect elements on the web page, and let me just maximize it so we can really see it. I can either right click and then click inspect, or I can press F12. I repeat, F12. This will open up the developer console. If your developer console opens up like this here, over here, I recommend that you put it in the bottom of your browser. It's not necessary, but it's designed for that. You will have an easier time reading it. To do so, click the 3 dots here and click dark to the bottom. That is this one here. That will move it down here. To inspect the first name field, click this arrow here and find the first name field. That is here. And if I left click with the mouse, you can see that this is the address, the CSS address for the first name. This ID here, that is what we used. So we use the input and then we'll take this idea. But let me show you, if I click submit once more, then this changes. And let me select the first name field again. Now the ID changes. But, so we need to find another property that works better. And hint, hint, we have one. Check this, ng reflect name label first name. Because, let me just go click submit again. Let me select the first name, that one is here. This one is static, this one doesn't change. So if I just click here, copy it over to my Power Automate for desktop. And if we want to edit this manually, untick this custom here and go in here. We will still use the input. So inside the hard brackets, delete everything and you can just mark it and then paste it in. So have it like this. Control V, now we paste it in the ng reflect name equals first name. So we updated the selector of the first name field. I click OK. The arrow disappears. This doesn't mean that this will work, but it will, I'll promise you, but it just means that we updated it and Power Automate for desktop will not have the arrow. We can still have an error when we run, so let's go test it. So if I close here and just let me close all the browser windows of the old RPA challenges so we don't get it mixed up. So I'll close this one as well. And then we will run the robot. So we're reading the Excel sheet and now let's see if we can, now we can type in John and we have come to the next mistake because now we can't find a submit button. We'll do exactly like before because now we can write in a name. So now we just need to fix the submit button. And again, we do exactly like before. So click the UI elements up here, double click the submit, and here we can see the address. Double click once more, and this is a very, very long address. So this is not working, let's fix it. So we go back. Again, we press F12, or we can just hover our mouse over, right click, and choose inspect. So here we have the submit button and we are using a very long selector. So let's see what we can use instead. So I recommend that we take the input, that is fine, but instead of selecting a lot of things here, we can just have either the type or the value. I'll just choose the value here. We have no other buttons with the value submit. If we had a problem, we need to specify it further, but we will just choose this. And let's go back and fix the selector. Again, untick the custom, mark everything and paste in your new selector. Now we just need the input around. So I'll do this. I'll say input, then hard bracket start here and hard bracket end here. This input is, let me go back to the RPA challenge. This input is this input here. And then we have the value submit. We could also use the type submit instead, but let's try to run it. I'll close down this browser window again, so we make sure that we have it. So now I click update. Now I have also updated the value for the submit button. That was another challenge. This exercise is so good. I really hope you do it with me. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. That will really help me a lot. Thank you. So now we're filling in the first name. It works. We can fill in every first name and click submit. Then the rest of this exercise, this is just the hard work because now we figured out what we are doing. We got the idea and we have a plan. Now we just need to do a little bit of manual work. And here I just need to find out which order we are typing these in. So first I know we have the first name, then last name. So let me go open the Excel sheet. So now we want the last name and then the company name. Let's go fix it. So I open up this Power Automate for desktop flow again. So we need 6 other populate text field on web pages since we need to fill in the other fields. So let's go search for one. So populate text field on web page. We could also do a trick which I will show you in 2 seconds, but I'll drag this one in underneath. We will do exactly like before. So I will click this drop down here, and then I will add a new UI element for the last name. So I will click here, and I need to go over to my browser. So I find that, then just click the last name. Do like this, press Ctrl in and click it. We have created a UI element. We know this doesn't work, but now we have it. And in the text, we will use this current item first name. And here we can actually do a trick. Instead of writing out the column headers, we can just use 0, 1, 2, 3 as the column letters. So A will be 0, it's 0 indexed again. B will be 1, so that is the first name, that will be 0. Then last name will be 1. Let me show you. So again, pick current item up here. And then inside here, just have a hard bracket and then just say 1. This one will be the second column, that is the last name, like this, and we can click save. Similarly, we can go up here, and instead of the first name, I will just have the 0. This is a much easier approach. It's also a little bit more unstable, because say that someone from the business side of our company suddenly changed the order of the columns, then we'll have a problem. But we'll also have a problem if they rename it. That one we will avoid here. So it's just a matter of making sure that the business side of the company doesn't make any mistakes. Let's stick with this. We'll just need to fix this because here we can see we have O, Q, E, view, J, and that one originates in, if I go here, I right click, I inspect. Here you can see that we have O, Q, E, V, that is this idea. But we know that we will use the ng reflect name. So let's go copy that. That will be called a label last name. Then we'll go to Power Automate for desktop. Again, go out to UI elements. Then double click this one here. And here we will double click again and untick the custom here. And instead of this idea, we will mark it and then paste in the ng reflect name called label last name and click update. That's it. So let's just see that this works. And if this works, we know that we can just create all other elements like that. Just rename it over here. So right click, rename, you'll be happy about that. So this one will be the last name field like that. We can run the robot. Let me just close down the RPA challenge and run it. Here we will open up the browser. We will read Excel and in a few seconds. So now we can fill in the first name and last name. Can you see it? Let's just run all 10 rows and let's see if we get a good time. And if we get 100% accuracy, then I will just do the rest of them without running the robot. I really hope that you will stick to the end here because we have a lot of other things to learn in Power Automate for desktop. That's it. And we actually haven't got a time because we need to click start here before we get a time. So that's fine. We're just practicing, but we can see that it works. Let's go back and fix the rest. So we need 5 more. And I think the easiest thing would be to create UI elements first and then just use these ones here. Let me show you. So I'll click here and I can add UI elements from here. And I can also add them from actions like we used to, but I'll click here. So now after the last name, let me go to my Excel sheet. So I'll go here. I need the company name. So if I go back to my browser here we have the company name. I press Control, then click with the mouse. We have created a UI element. We can actually create more UI elements. So now I will have the role in company. I'm not really sure what I clicked here. So I will have the role in company and then the address. So if I go back, so here I'll have the role in company. Then I will have the address like this. You can see that we got created. It's a bit of a mess because we have a hard time telling which one of these, but I know this one is the first one. So if I go back, then I need email and then phone number. So if I go back here, email, Control and left click like this, and then first number. So now I've created 5 UI elements in a row. I'll click done. I know that these ones are wrong, because we will need to update them with the right selector. So let us go back here. We need to update the company name first. So right click, click inspect. This one will be called ng reflect name label company name. So I copy it over here. This is a fantastic exercise. You will learn how to work with selectors and figure out that it's very, very easy. So now I will update this selector. So go open it. Then I double click it, untick custom, and do like this. We now have it right. I'll click update and I click close. So you'll also see that it doesn't really matter which order we had them in, because now we're just updating them each one by one. And if we do proper renaming like this, say company name field like this, they will be very easy to create afterward. Over here, let's just fix the next one. The next one, that was role in company. So if I go back to my browser here and then just click this arrow, find the role in company, that one is this one, ng reflect name label role. I go back to Power Automate for desktop, open up the selector, double click it again, untick the custom, and inside here, I'll just do this, like this, ng reflect name label role. So it's not like this selector type will always work. It's just a bit of try and error, and you'll get really good at it when you practice these things, and you'll be able to see what works and will not, even without testing. So then I click save. Then I can click close here, and now I can rename this. So right click again, I'll say role in company like this. Then we will have the address. So that one will be this one. So back to the browser. We have the address here. So I click the arrow, click the address. That one will be ng reflect name label address. Go copy that one back to Power Automate for desktop. Then open up the selector. Double click it again. Click this custom here and paste it in just as before. If you want to get good at these selectors, there is a training called CSS Diner. I put a link to it below, and this will be a very nice place to practice. But for now, let's solve the RPA challenge. Then I click update. Then I click close, and again, I'll rename this. I'll rename this to address field. And we can also add in the fields here and the role company. It doesn't really matter, but it looks nice. So we have them in the same syntax. Now I just need email and phone number. I think it was in that order. Yep, email and phone number. So back to the browser. Then find the email here. I can still actually, if I haven't clicked this one, I can also still right click inspect. That one will get me to the email. It's just, I think it's two sides of the same case. What you think is easiest, click the arrow or right click inspect. I usually just click the arrow, but let's go back here. Now open this one here. Open this one. Click the custom and paste in our selector like this. Then I'll click update. I click close. So this one was the email field. So right click and do this, rename. Say email field like this. Finally, we have the phone. So I go back here, the phone, that one is here. Now let's try the inspect. Have the label phone here, copy it, back to Power Automate for desktop. Double click it, untick the custom, paste it in here, like that. So now we created each one of the UI elements. I do this, I just right click, rename the last one. That one will be the phone field like this. Now I just need to drag in 5 more populate text field on web page. So I have 1 here. So let us just have, that is the Q&A item 2, that will be the 3rd column, and that will be the company name. Now it's nice that I did them in order. So first name, last name, company name. So I can click this drop down and now I can find it here. So that one will be the company name. And again, I go down here, I'll take the Q&A item, and we are at the 2, that is the 3rd column. So hard brackets 2, do like this, and then click save. That's it. Now drag in another one. Now it will be role in company. So I click the drop down, click the role in company, again Q&A item, and we are at number 3. So I do this and click save. Now we need the address. So I drag in another populate text field, scroll a little bit down, choose the address. Now pick the current item again. Again, this is quite static work. You know what to be done. We're just going to fix it, so we'll make it work. That's it. That was, now we just need the email and the phone. Similarly, so I find the email field, that was this one. Current item, and again, I'm at number 5. So I do like this, click save, and finally we have the last one, that will be the phone field. So I'll create it again, current item, and that one will be 6. I'm so bad in remembering numbers, so if any of you have any technique to remember numbers, just let me know in the comments, I'll be very happy. But then I'll click save. So here I have created all my text field. I even click submit after each one of these rounds. We still need to click the start button, but let's just test that it actually works. Then we can easily implement the start button as well if all these things works. So if I click run, let's just see that we actually type in. So it's John Smith, IT solution analyst, address, email, phone number. Click submit, and it looks like this works. So we can now type in, and let me speed up the rest, and let's just fix the start button. That's it. Our robot now ran. Now we can just do the start button and see if we have any problem there. So we only need to click the start once, and then we'll fill in the fields. So the start button will be just before the for each. So we just need another click link on web page. So I'll click it and drag it in. Here I will have the UI element, and then I will add the UI element, and I will find the start button here, and I click Control and click it. So now we have the start button, and then I'll click save. So if I go back to my UI elements, I can start by renaming it. So I click rename, and here I'll say start button. Again, we might have to fix it. So if I run my data once more, I'll open up reading the Excel, and it appears that we need to fix the start button as well. I really love this exercise. We are getting through so much of the RPA developer struggles, but you will learn a lot. So I go here. So here we're using this UI element, which is probably wrong, or it is. So if I close it, I go over to UI elements, I click the start button, and here you can see a long address again that is usually not really nice. And here we can see something called type submit, but let's inspect what we'll use. We know that we'll go inside the custom editor, so untick this one and go back to the browser, and let's fix it. So we need the start button, it's not the submit button this time. So again, I can right click, inspect, and let me just drag this in so we can see it. And I think we can use the button and then the class and take this class here. So if I do this, then I go back to Power Automate for desktop, and I will delete all this. I still need a button, but let me just, because that one was this button here. So if I go back again, I'll say button, then hard brackets. Oh, sorry, not sure what I pressed there. That is with these live builds, but I have to do like this, then paste in the class equals wave effect, hard brackets in. Let's see if this will not work. So now I updated the start button as well. Let me close down the RPA challenge windows. It will not make a mistake. It will still do the actions in the right browser, but it's just quite convenient to see that it works. So now we need to click the start button. Now we click the start button. You can see that we are in round 1. We are actually filling in all the fields. We're clicking submit. Now we can just do all these 10 rounds, and then we will see that it works. So I'll speed it up and we'll meet after round 10. That's it. We finished the RPA challenge and we succeeded. we have a success rate of 100%. We did it in 67,000 milliseconds, that is 68 seconds. We can do this faster. So let's try to solve the RPA challenge even faster. This one is not something I want to do in real life development because we have like forced breaks inside, small breaks inside these activities that make sure that the page gets loaded correctly. But since this is a challenge and we want to do it as fast as possible, we will open up these activities. So open up the click link on web page, then go to advanced. Untick this wait for page to load and then click save. Similarly, open up the populate text field on web page. Here we will untick the emulate typing. We'll go down to advanced and again wait for page to load, untick. So now we will perform it whether or not the page has loaded. This one in real life production, could cause some problems because then we'll just start typing whether or not the page has loaded. But that's fine for this exercise. Do the same thing with each one of these. You can pause the video because I will do it quite fast. So emulate typing and then wait for page. Do it for each one of these here, like this, 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 and finally click link on web page, advanced, wait for page to load, click save. Another thing, we can either run it here, that is in the debugger, then we can have the run delay down to 1, like this. That is milliseconds between each actions. And we have quite a few because here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that one will actually be almost a second one for each one of these for each. But we can also run it, you can try to run it out here. You can just start any flow by clicking the play button. We will run it from in here, so we will have the run here. Let's try to run it again and then we close down this and see if we can run it any faster. So we're still reading the Excel. Then we click start. Now you can see we are really, really fast. Much faster than before. We are actually at 100% and we are at 4 seconds. So quite an improvement. I actually got it down to around 2 seconds when I haven't, and right now I'm having a video recording software on, you can see it down here, that interferes a bit with the UI, so that'll be a bit slower, but we can get it down to 2 seconds. Let me know your time in the comments. Even if you're slower, that's fine, just put in your time in the comments. Now let's go back to the solution. You can see that these ones are quite redundant. We have 7 of each one of them, and they almost look the same. The selector, that looks a little bit different. You can remember we created them here, and you can see there's current item 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's try to fix it. I open up a notepad. Here I have Notepad++. This is a fantastic tool for developing. So if you're a coder, you should download this one. This is free. It's just to take notes. So you can take notes in any document we want. So I just want all the selectors and I want to store them in a list. So to create a list variable in Power Automate for desktop, I just do like these percentage signs, and then I'll have a hard bracket. And then in the end, I'll have a hard bracket end and the percentage signs. All the spaces, that doesn't matter. It just makes it much more easy to read. And then inside here, I have my items in single quotation marks. So let's find them. I can either find them in the browser or I can find them here. The first one, that was the first name field. So I go in here and I know I need the ng reflect name. And then I can just pick in this label first name, or I can actually just do the first name. But let's just for convenience pick the whole property that is the label first name. So I'll copy that one from here. Then I can just click cancel and close, go back to my Notepad++, then paste it in. Then another single quotation marks, that is the first item in my list. Then it's comma separated, so now I can pick in the next one. That one will be the last name. I will do this and then copy in the label last name. Like this. So what we're doing here is that we're creating a dynamic solution. I really want you to do this. We will just do the same with each one of the selectors. It doesn't sound like much, but if you can understand this concept and you can make it work, you're really improved as an RPA developer. Then I do this, that was the company name. Then role in company. Open that one here. Sorry, label role here. Close it. That one will be this one here. Do this, then open address. Here. So we will have each one of them in a list. So now I just need the email and the phone. Like this. So in single quotation marks we have like this, and then we will have the phone. So now if I remember to just take this, not do the same manual mistake over and over, paste it in here. So now we have a list of our selectors. You can create it in Power Automate for desktop, but since I was copying all the selectors in, I created it here in a Notepad document. It doesn't have to be Notepad++. It could be Word or a Notepad. I just prefer Notepad++. So now I have this list. So mark it and then copy it. Then go back to Power Automate for desktop. So in the beginning, we'll have a set variable. So we'll create our list. So I'll do this by going here. I will call it selector values. So in the variable name, say selector values, do like this. You can just override the percentage sign. Power Automate for desktop will automatically create it. Now I just paste in my list here. We have created a list. We can now iterate through them for each one of our records, and then we can use it dynamically. So we'll only use one activity. So I've found another for each. So now we will iterate through each one of these selector values. I'll drag it in here. So here I will have the value to iterate. That will be the selector values. So go find it here. Do like this. Now I will not call it Q and item. I will call it selector value. So I'll say for each selector value, that will be each one of these values in selector value. So I'll do like this. I'll also introduce a variable that will start with 0, and then in the end of this we will add 1 to it. This one we will use for the 1, 0, 2, 3. It will look like this. So I'll find a set variable again, drag it in the first for each. That's very important. You can call this one counter. Give it the value of 0 because we'll use it 0 here. So I'll do like this. So now we have it here. Then we will add 1 to it for each one of these selector values. That's so we can target each one of these fields. So I will have another set variable. Now we'll just add 1 to it. Even though you don't understand it, please create the solution. That will help you understand a very advanced concept. It's okay. It's not expected that you understand this, but it's expected that you at least try. I should practice my English, you can hear that. But let's click the X and let's find the counter again. That's here. And to add 1 to the counter, just go inside the percentage sign and click +1 and click save. Now we just need one populate text field and one selector. So let's first create a dynamic selector and let's pick the first name field. So I just start by renaming it to dynamic field. This one will make it work for each one of these fields. So I do like this, double click it, and let's just talk about what we want. So what we want is simply just we want this label first name to change by the value of this selector value, because that is this one. So first it'll be label first name, then this one, then label last name. Let me show you. Mark it. You can delete it so you can see that it's gone, or you can just click this variable up here and have the selector value. So now we're using a variable. We're using the value of this variable to put inside this selector. So it'll be first be this, 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 this. Then we'll click update. So now we have the dynamic field. We will delete these in a few seconds. You can see that it updated up here. So let's drag it in. Drag it in inside the beginning of the inner for each, that is the selector values here. So now we will target each one of the fields. So what we need to fix, it's simply just to fix this 0, we will change that with the value of the counter. So open up this one here, delete this and click the X. here. Find the counter, that is this one. We just need to delete the percentage sign here because we have a variable in a variable like this. So we'll have the current item and then we use the counter. It's first 0, then it's 1 last name, and when it's 1, we'll have the 1, that one will be this one, and we will have the label last name. Label company name, then we'll use the 2 because the counter has increased once more. Then I click save. So now, and then we will just delete all of these. So mark them, shift from the end, or you can just click in one by one, mark them, then click delete. So now our workflow got really easy. We can even delete all of these. So I'll delete the phone field, delete the email field, delete the address field. You don't need to do it, but I like to clean up. Always make that a good habit. So now we only have 3 UI elements. We have a dynamic selector, a submit, and a start. This one, I warn you, this one will be a little bit slow. I just closed down the RPA challenge, but that's okay. It's better practice. This is the correct way to use it. So we make reusable components. Let's see if that works. It will, as I said, it will be a little bit slower, but it will still be okay. So here we have it at 6 seconds. So we missed 2 seconds, but we created a much more nicer solution. Fantastic. Now you can build your own Power Automate for desktop robots. It will really help me a lot if you place the comment below with your feedback. I collected the extra resources if you want to learn more and maybe get certified in Power Automate for desktop. Just click the extra steps lesson below. Thank you and see you.